Good morning, this is the public hearing of February 5th, 2019. Here. Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Eisensteiner. Commissioner Goldberg.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Commissioner Holton Smith. Here. Commissioner Luckey. Commissioner Shamir Barron. Here. Commissioner Ross.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to start today's Preservation Department public hearing agenda with item number 1. This is LPC 19-33092, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 2112, Lot 31, 48 Lafayette Avenue in the Brooklyn Academy Music Historic District, a vacant lot. The application is to install fencing, paving, and electrical outlets for a sculpture garden.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lyndon Robinson, staff. 48 Lafayette Avenue, also known as Fort Greenwich, number 90, is located on the west side of Fort Greenwich at the corner of Lafayette Avenue, within the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. This site has evolved over the years. In 1904 and 1960, the sample maps indicate a building footprint. However, tax photos of 1930 and 1980 show a vacant lot. Here are the 1930 and 1980 tax photos. This is the existing condition photographs. The application before you is to install 6-foot-high black painted metal fencing, matte gray finished equipment enclosure, electrical public boxes, and conduits for a sculpture garden. Here is the applicant's proposal. The existing conditions at the top show the existing chain link fencing in the perimeter, which will be placed on the proposed line with the black painted metal fencing, carrying a pedestrian gate on the Lafayette Avenue side, and at the Fort Green Place, a double, probably vehicular entrance, a larger view for access. The top center, the large gray painted finish equipment cabinet, and electrical meter box. The top center gives us an elevation of the modular fencing, black painted metal fencing, the electrical outlet boxes as they occur. Please note on your handout, page 10, the applicant has actually attached some neighborhood chain link fence examples. And on page 9, a black painted fence, metal fence example, which is outside of the district. However, we do have a photograph of a black painted metal fencing within district at 99 St. Felix. That is here for your perusal.
Thank you, Lindsay. Is there anything you'd like to add or any questions?
I just wanted to ask, how high is the current chain link fence there?
It's an 8-foot fence, the current fence.
If you'd like to stand up and state your name for the record, that would be great.
My name is Josh Pulver, I'm an architect with LPC, applicant record. There's currently an 8-foot fence there.
Yeah, that's what it was about. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, I know this isn't part of our purview, I'm just curious because of my work in the area. Could you just tell us how you plan to program the space? you know, what you want to say.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, I'm Randall Sawyer. I'm a board member for Mocava. Thank you guys for having us here. Similar to a lot of the other programming that Mocava does in the community there, our plan is to activate the culture of the African diaspora. So we plan to partner with artists to have different sculptures that may rotate throughout the, similar to how we have in the museum where we have rotating exhibitions that go on there. Our location for our main museum will actually be about a block from there. So that'll allow us to have sort of like adjacent programming. That's the new space that we plan on opening over the next couple of years.
And then how are you going to, do you know what your hours of access are? And
So we currently don't have the specific hours. We still have to do the build out. But I do think it'll probably be similar to our museum hours. So it wouldn't be anything that would be outside normal sort of park hours.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We'll take public testimony. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, so we do have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. Any last questions? Okay, can I have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? So this site obviously has been vacant for decades and has had a fence around it for a long time. And the existing chain link fence is taller than what's proposed, and I think the ironwork is more in keeping with the character of the district. And I think the program will be excellent, even though it's not a pretty good neighborhood. Any other thoughts?
yeah, I just, having spent a lot of time working on the Bank Cultural District and working very closely with Mocava on their space that Amy has in place. I have to say I'm very excited that you're going to have the opportunity to bring the good work, the wonderful work that you showed inside, outside, and also reclaim some space within the landscape that has been an eyesore for quite some time. And punctuate the landscape of the cultural district in a way that, you experience art as you're traveling through the neighborhood. So, thanks very much for that, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
It's across the street from the park.
So, Fred, would you like to get started?
In the matter of 48 Lafayette Avenue, the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. It's a vacant lot, and the application is to install fencing, paving, and electrical outlets for a sculpture garden. With approval, noting that the replacement of the chain link fence and gates will not result in the loss of the significant architectural or historic feature of the site. That the proposed fence will not exceed the height or footprint of the existing fence and will be in keeping with the fencing found at lots elsewhere in the historic district in terms of placement, scale, and transparency. That the design, material, and finish of the black metal picket fence will be in keeping with the character of historic ironwork found throughout the historic district. That the height of the proposed fencing, approximating the height of one floor level at the neighboring buildings, will not overwhelm the adjacent properties. That the equipment enclosure, outlet boxes, and associated conduit will be small in size, simply designed, limited in number, and placed low to the ground, thereby helping installation to remain a discreet presence. And that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is item number 2. This is LPC 19-26973, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1262, Lot 41, 615 Eastern Parkway, in the Crown Heights North Historic District. A Chateau style row house designed by Frederick L. Klein and built circa 1899. The application is to amend the prior commission approval to alter the facades and construct an addition to the replacing the cornice, installing the roof railings, reverse airway walls and ironwork, modifying the porches, restoring driveway, and excavating the side yard for a below-grade addition.
Morning, Commissioners and Shires, Shabani of the Restoration staff. The application before you is 615 Eastern Parkway, which is located at the corner of New York Avenue, located in the Crown Heights North Historic District Extension 2. Enlargement was approved by the Commission on January 7, 2017, for this piece here. And this application has numerous components. The applicant is proposing to demolish an areaway wall and modern railing, and install a new curb, fence, and a driveway gate, as well as installing grass creek pavers in the driveway. This proposal is also for excavation of the front areaway. This area here. This will be to increase the cellar beneath the areaway. The application is also for a new staircase that is curved, coming from a new piece. The application is also for removing decorative features from the existing porch and cladding the new porch with a limestone veneer. The commission has approved changes to the porch previously, and staff was not aware of that area of ornamental stone. The application is also for the removal of the existing door and transom, the installation of a new wood door, and the commissioner should also know that the applicant is working with staff so that the window rules will meet the staff law commission rules for high performance. The application also includes through walls at the new portion of the building that will be above cellar windows. And there'll be one on the side of that curved staircase that I showed you as well. And finally, an installation of an illuminated glass railing at the roof. And as the mock-up shows, this will be visible from numerous locations. This is a rendering. This is the Poche site plan with all the levels of visibility. And finally, the applicant is proposing to remove the historic metal cornice and install a fiberglass cornice. The architect, Eric Lifton of Mesh, is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Eric Lifton from Mesh Architecture. So, as Michelle explained, this is something that a job that was approved a couple of years ago, and it looked like this, and we just have an amendment, and I'll go through the various features. Michelle just mentioned them, so I'll just go through them again, very briefly. There is the existing site plan, and this is what we're proposing. We have over here semi-permeable grass pavers for the driveway area. We have decking on the roof, and we have the gate goes around here, and pollution pavers in the front yard. This is a shot of the front yard. The fence is a new item. This is the owner wanted to make the point that the reason he needs a fence like this is because people dump garbage in the, because it's a corner lot and it has a large front yard, people tend to dump garbage in front of their yard on a regular basis, and there needs to be some kind of barrier there. And so this new fence is about 6 feet 2, gets a little bit taller at the corner because it's sloped down on New York Avenue. This is the existing fence, and this is the proposed fence. It's a very simple thing. These are other fences in the area of a similar height. This is the area of the enlarged cellar. It's all below grade, not visible from the street at all. And want to just mention, there's one small area of underpinning, which is right here. This is a section showing that cellar expansion, how it comes for the landscape and the hardscaping, we have at this existing driveway right here, redoing that with the grass pavers, and then the front yard over the area in front of the house, this is the existing elevation, we talked about elevation features. This is what was approved previously. And then this shows the additions that we're proposing. This stair right here was initially not shown as curved, we're adding a slight curve to it. There are a couple of grills right here that are pretty small, but they're above the windows right there. And there's another grill that's behind the stair. And then on the porch, we're proposing to do limestone near the front of the porch and the sides, and doing steps out of limestone as well. This is also a new front door. The existing front door is a glass door, and we're replacing that, proposing with a wood door. I'll show that too.
Would you toggle back and forth?
But very quickly, the existing condition.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this is the accepted or they approved, and this is the proposed.
So there's an existing, is it a metal stair on the?
On the left, yes. Yeah.
And
It
you're
was metal with concrete treads.
and you're replacing it with a
The new stair, similar kind of construction, but just has extra.
with metal.
Metal, yeah.
And on the porch, is it currently limestone?
It's currently concrete. Everything in the existing porch is concrete. And that's a fire rail.
Just as minor clarification, the staircase does not exist. Previously, they had proposed a stair, and they're switching it out, and actually, that was just a minor change that staff was going to be reviewing. So the changes that we're looking at are for the other stair.
Thank you.
And I have a few more details to show when we get further on. This is just showing the overall big picture. So this is the existing porch, which is concrete. Michelle referenced this. This is a concrete panel. There used to be those concrete panels going around, but they're all gone except for this one. And so that's what the only one left like that. As far as I can tell, it's a mass-produced concrete panel. And this is a picture, a historic picture that we got. This is the best we can see of the way it used to be. These are some details of that. Again, showing the stairs. There used to be no iron rail on top, I think, and we can't really tell for sure, but we think there's nothing there. There is an existing iron rail now that was put there at some point, but we don't know when exactly. And then we're again proposing to clad this with concrete moldings that are similar to what was there originally. And then of course this is already the last time, which is putting back the historical that had not been worked at the time. The front door, again, this is the existing glass door. The owner would like to have a door that has some privacy to it, a pink door. So we're putting a wood door with details that mirror the ornamental details of the entranceway and the windows with this little notch that appears as a motif throughout the facade.
And that's all limestone existing?
Which
The door and the surround?
this surround? I think they're concrete actually, but they are existing. It's hard to tell for sure. I think they're concrete. My contractors tell us different things.
Really?
Yeah. But whatever they are, they're existing and receiving. These are the existing windows, and we're showing these. The staff is going to deal with window details, but we're showing these images. They were replaced a while ago with new windows. Okay.
I know there are a lot of little parts, and if we don't keep track of the conversation, we'll stay focused.
Okay. These are the grills out on the front. is a very simple grill that's lined up with the window. There's two of these on the front, and they're painted to match the brick. And there's one underneath the stair that you really can't see, but we're showing now. This is the mock-up of the railing. This shows the proposed roof deck, and here you can see we're setting the railing back from the parapet. There's a small light facing down here to illuminate the deck. That's at the level of the top of the parapet, and it's a grainless glass railing. This is the mock-up showing where the railing extends to. Different angles, here's a rendering of it. These are used for the kind of furthest most point, visibility. Of course, I could stop on these longer. The cornice is in four shape. In addition, of course, we're extending the cornice to the addition of the building. So, in order to have kind of uniform appearance, instead of having a old kind of battered cornice and then a brand new one right next to it, and matches it, but it looks totally different because the dealer old. We propose to replace the whole thing with a matching, matching design. These are some of our pictures reference.
So I believe when we approved the extension at the rear, the cornice was a little bit simplified to one to understand that was a modern addition and not a historic cornice, not historic. Is the cornice on the addition a little more simplified and detailed than the existing cornice?
The idea is to match the profile as much as possible. What's that? Oh, no, that has not changed. The design of the cornice is not changed.
I know it hasn't changed. I'm just trying to be consistent in them, and if we have to think about our findings in the original approval to understand how this is consistent or not.
Okay.
My memory was that the addition, while designed and materials and details are harmonious with the building, were actually a little simpler to be deferential and to recognize this addition. So that's why I further whether the cornice is a little simpler, but maybe.
Look at the previous page. You see, kind of backwards. There you go. That was what we approved. So it looks like intention there, but it's not differentiated.
Yeah.
So you mean the slight difference in the rhythm of the elements?
And I guess, just on the section of the that was also previously approved, what material is the new porch?
New porch will be made out of concrete and clad in limestone.
The upper portion, the overhead.
Oh, no, the portico on the top, that's wood, as we believe the original was.
And why didn't you, since you showed us the original photo of the original, which is, I think, 4 columns, why did you just leave 2 columns out?
Oh, that was original. We're doing it the way that it actually was.
Did you show us the, I think it's
If you take a look at that photo, I'm not so sure. Historic photo, I think it's on page 18. I know, sorry, that's not.
So in the event, we're also putting back the 4 columns.
19.
The drawing shows it, but the rendering doesn't?
Yeah, because originally we didn't honestly just didn't change out the rendering, but in the new proposal we're putting back
All 4 columns. Right.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, the glass door, is that an original door? Does anyone know the answer to that? Don't know. And then what does staff have to say about the condition of the existing cornice?
We didn't see enough evidence either photographically or like when I was on site to warrant replacement. It seemed like it could have been restored. We asked for more than the photo that was provided.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, the detail of the railing, I think you mentioned it fast and I missed it.
Which railing?
At the top.
The grass rail.
Yeah, so it's going to be a frameless glass railing. See right there?
Okay, I thought I heard it was lit.
Well, it's not actually, it is not lit, it has light on it, which is right here. It'll a linear LED facing down to illuminate just between the
You're
inches.
just gluing that onto the glass?
Yes.
Where does the wire come from? So it'll be a
Well, at some point it'll work.
Is it non-reflective glass?
It's just tempered glass. But the light is not to illuminate the glass itself. It's not actually an illuminated railing.
But the sunlight reflects
Oh,
the glass?
yes.
So it wouldn't be a completely invisible glass? Okay. I have another question. Yes, Jean?
And then the other railings that you just went back to, the new ones on the lower floor, more on the outside, not that country.
Is that?
Yeah.
So the originals were made of what material?
Well, we don't know exactly what was there originally. It looks like, if you look, it's very hard to tell, but it looks like the original picture there's no railing at all. Now we have to have a railing of a certain height on it.
And what's the current, and what exists, what's the current?
What exists is like this. You can see these concepts. I think these were added, we don't know when, of course, but at some point.
And that's iron?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Cement.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to public testimony, we'll probably come back with more questions. Okay, we have A.Z. Murphy. Here.
Hi, my name is Elsie Mirsky. I live behind the building at 852 Lincoln Place. I was at a community board meeting, at the land use meeting. This is a hot topic. First, I want to express my severe disappointment in the unanimous approval of closing the breezeway and building up all the way. I live in the back. I signed on for a historic neighborhood. And this extension is going to close literally a breezeway that's affecting everyone's house in the back and all of our tiny little Brooklyn backyards. And it's going to change the feel and vibe of the neighborhood. I'm happy that someone is going to take over this dilapidated house and live in it. The owner seems like a very kind, decent human being that wants a home for his kids. However, marring the historic landscape of Eastern Parkway. By the way, the lighting of the windows were not mentioned. The underscoring of the 7-foot fence that's going to happen has not been underscored, and putting up that breezeway. Not only is it closing the breezeway, that extension, but it's going all the way up half a story past the building next door to it. It's going to cut off the sun in the back. My neighbor, her backyard's going to be all black. I had to come here and get my backyard railing approved just in case the house that's facing Eastern Parkway blew up in a nuclear annihilation. Then we would maintain the historic appearance of our backyard. And now this is happening. It's really, really disappointing because this organization is supposed to be the stop to maintain historic integrity with that like weird little nautical door. I would also love privacy in my house, and maybe I would want to put up a metal door to prevent my toddler from breaking out. But we've done certain things to maintain the historic integrity of this neighborhood. And by the way, the only reason why I'm throwing garbage over that fence is because that house doesn't look lived in. It looks like it's been abandoned for at least 5-6 years. So I don't know if you need a 7-foot fence to protect you from commoners, if you know what I'm saying. So thanks so much for listening. I'm really upset that my, the breezeway is going. And also, it's really quite a beautiful breezeway, but I'm sure nobody cares. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ken Maribel.
Good morning. I have a copy if I need to give a copy of what I'm going to read to anyone. And I know that there are, I believe, 2 additional digital copies of concerns. My name is Ken Maribel. I am president of the Lincoln Civic Block Association. Our boundaries reach from Lincoln Place between Nostrand Avenue and New York Avenue between St. John's Place and Eastern Parkway, on St. John's Place between New York Avenue and Brooklyn Avenue, both sides of the street, and finally, Brooklyn Avenue, between St. John's Place and Lincoln Place only, on the western side of Brooklyn Avenue. Created and established in 1956, the Block Association, Aussie is a member, was developed and has consisted of community members who always have had a love and appreciation for the area we live in. Yet there has been change. My wife and I moved in the community in 1979. We moved here to raise our family, to enjoy the trees, enjoy walking down Eastern Parkway and our block, and to marvel at the architectural designs and buildings in the area, as well as the peacefulness. We recognize the historical significance in architectural design as a natural feature of characteristics of our community. Now we recognize more than ever the importance of maintaining the historical significance of architectural design because of the importance it makes and how it contributes to the peacefulness of our community. Yet there has been change. Yes, there has been change in the area, and we are thankful for the commission, the Landmarks Commission, the charter-mandated commission created in 1965 to monitor change as well. We respect and hope that you will be the caretakers that we need to ensure the historical significance of the architectural design of buildings in our community, and not lose the battle of change. I'm not a planner, nor do I understand the nuances of building code R6. I do not understand the physics or need of creating a firm foundation in order to support a building structure. But I do understand and see the change in building structures. I do understand that building or creating a firm foundation does allow for you to build on top of that foundation. I accept and support the position taken by Community Board regarding the development of 615 Eastern Parkway. Yet, it's difficult to understand how this project got this far in regard to the size and the bulk of the structure.
I'll have to ask you to sum up.
Speed up? Okay.
Pass the time limit.
Oh, I did, I'm sorry. Basically, the railing needs to be set back. The door needs to be historical. We don't agree with the excavation because we think it's going to be built up. There will be pictures in my statement that reflects how the change is concerned.
And please, if you want to hand out the statement to our staff here, we can share it with the commissioners. Roy Walter is the next speaker. And just as a reminder for people who may not be familiar with our process, everyone has 3 minutes in order to get the permission to testify.
Hi, thanks for listening. We're concerned about some of the new details that we've seen today, but more importantly, the condition of the property the last 4 years. Our house is on New York Avenue on this block connected to us. So from the deck in the back on the extension, we look straight at the breezeway and what's there now. Last spring, we were passing the house. This is after we understand a approved childcare facility was there for a while. There was trash, children's toys, big wheel type things strewn across the yard, not parked in any way. These were leftovers that were there for literally months. We encountered the owner parking there, and we asked if it was his. He replied that yes, it was. And we asked why there's so much garbage in the front of this yard. We do have some pictures, and everything I'm saying I'll have to submit electronically later.
Right, but it actually would be helpful if you would focus on the actual work, because we don't have to review over garbage.
Okay, so that's a statement and the concern about that. The bronze hand railing on the outside and the front of the exterior is news to me as of today, so I'm really interested in the details of that. Is this a polished bronze? Is this, exactly what will that look like? There's a couple examples. One is directly across New York Avenue where there's I assume, grandfathered chrome and bronze railing in front of the house. It's atrocious in this kind of area and thoroughly against the character of the neighborhood. Not the fence, I'm talking about the railings on the house itself. So I'm concerned about that. The bluestone, I don't know what the yard is now going to be, bluestone pavers. The extent of that is news. I don't believe that was on the previous version either. And that basically eliminates the yard in the front of the house. I know there looks to be, I don't know what that is, 3 feet or something, landscaping. That's a tremendous change in the character of the neighborhood and that building in particular, especially when it offers no offset to the huge facade of the building, when now there's even concrete, bluestone, whatever on the ground. The yard actually has tremendous potential, and it can be really quite beautiful. The last thing is the garage gate. We weren't aware that the fence extended through to a garage gate, and whether or not that was in the original. I understand why it's there, but those are my concerns, is that, especially that railing and the bluestone.
Thank you. Michael Moses, followed by Lillian Martin.
We live at 298 New York Avenue, directly attached to 615 Eastern Parkway. We're the owners of 298. We've been here over 40 years. It's, closing up the driveway is no good. We oppose to that. Our backyard is directly behind there. The breezeway, that would block our breezeway.
And the fence, 7 feet, I don't think that's right.
The 7 feet fence is too high.
So I'm not approve of that.
We oppose to that.
Anyway, I sent a letter to you, so you don't want to read it.
Yeah, we have a statement letter here, so you can look through it.
The state of the road, around the road, is New York Avenue and Eastern Broadway. So we all have to look at it.
And we oppose going up higher?
Yes. Because we have, my husband is sick, and we can't take all those lines and whatever. And, we're not, they could do whatever they can, but we are not.
They can clean it up, and we want to preserve the landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Lillian Martin?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we just spoke.
Oh, okay. Jesse Dino?
Good morning, Jessica, for the Historic Districts Council. HTC understands that the design and massing was approved at a public meeting under previous administration, but would be remiss not to echo the Crown Heights North Association and Brooklyn Community Board 8 in the collective opinion that the extension should be of a much smaller scale, and that the applicant has not been fully committed to participating in the public process. With regard to the amendments currently proposed, HTC objects to the proposed height of the front perimeter fencing, finding it out of context within the historic district and inappropriate to the historic streetscape. Additionally, we strongly recommend that the rooftop deck and railing be moved away from the front facade as to be entirely invisible from the public way. This kind of roof usage is a modern innovation and not one to be encouraged in historic Yellow House neighborhoods. People in Brooklyn live on stoops, not roofs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board number 8, which has states that they have support for the following components: the window colors, the new curved stair, louvers on the basement windows. They say historically appropriate wrought iron entrance door, so not the wood door before us, and roof railing for the roof deck. And so the two components of those that are actually before us today are the louvers and the entrance door and the roof railing, so 3 components. Then they have supported some with conditions, so moving the roof railing so that it's invisible, so not really supporting it entirely, and retaining a wrought iron door with translucent glass at the entry. The board voted not to support the excavation and the tall fencing, and they have concerns about potential impact on the MTA infrastructure below grade. And that sums it up. So that's the community board resolution. Would you like to respond to the comments? I think in particular it would be helpful to speak to the areaway design, both the fence height, landscaping, and the garage, and the fence at the driveway, and how that relates to other corner buildings in the historic district. And their areaways.
I mean, you can see the fence is not, that different from the fence of the neighbor and other buildings in the neighborhood.
Do other corner buildings have driveways?
No.
Not sure about that. Specifically, you're talking about specifically the fence of the driveway itself?
Well, both the height of the fence as well as the driveway.
Well, the height is just kind of a height, basically, people can't throw garbage in there. It's just kind of, basically, people get in there and it's very disturbing owner. And he's been dealing with this, and he's talked to other people. It's not just because, and he says that he's talked to other neighbors who have corner properties who complain about the same problem.
So, but from just an appropriateness point of view, it would be helpful if we had some information about other similar examples.
Yeah, they do, but they're not, most of them are lower.
Sure. Well, here's the height of all of
4'9", 5'0", 5'7", and 5'9".
Yeah, and so, exactly that. And so ours is, it starts here at 6'2", and it just gets a little bit taller at the slope of the sidewalk.
And there was a question in the testimony about the finish of the fence on the new porch.
So
is it a bronze or is it a black painted metal?
it's an architectural bronze, just like a dark brown solid.
So it's anodized bronze, aluminum, or it's bronze, the alloy?
It would be often called in like a hardware catalog an antique bronze, so it'd be kind of a it's just kind of like it's like a dark brown color with a little bit of variation.
Would you consider just matching the ironwork?
Of course.
Finish for all of your ironwork?
Yeah, and if everyone really prefers that, I don't think the owner would have a problem with that. That's not a huge thing.
Are there other questions? Okay, I think we're ready for discussion, so can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? All right, so we have sort of three zones of work. We have the area way with the 7-foot tall, nearly 7-foot tall fence, including excavation needed for a driveway. And then we have the facade work, which includes the replacement of the iron doors, the louvers, and the limestone veneer on the base and the railings on the base. And then the cornice replacement and the glass railing at the roof. So maybe we can organize our comments into the three zones of the work. So who would like to start? Anyone like to start? Okay, so. Thank you, Lonnie.
I'll just start by thinking about the limestone that's proposed for the stair. I just think it's important to know what the surrounds for the windows are, if they are in fact limestone or concrete, and for whatever, and for that to be the case for that stair. And it looks to me like it might be, again, you'll have to figure out what staff will tell us like
Okay, do you have any thoughts about the height of the fence around the perimeter?
Not yet.
All right, Russ.
All right. Okay. Looking from the outside in. Fence should not be 7 feet, 6 foot 8 is not an effective height to keep garbage out. It is too high for a forestry experience. It should be approximating the average of the ones in the block, which looks to me like it's somewhere between 4 and 5 feet. So I would say that it should stick with that.
There's quite a difference in the height of it at this level, so we talked about a 6-foot fence, or are we talking about?
It varies from 6'2" to 6'8", according to the drawing. Well, no, so it should follow the contour of the street, as most fences of this, barriers of this nature do, and it should stick with what is the average or typical. I think that if you go back to that page, the previous one, the 636 Eastern Parkway is set way back. It looks like, it doesn't look like it's the typical. The ones at 603, 616, 619 is much more typical. And I would say that they could look at staff to determine what that height should be, but it should stay in step with the sidewalk as is fairly typical. I think that the cellar extension with the bluestone top is appropriate because it leaves a fair amount of landscape in the area at 8.5 feet. I think the porch should be revisited in a few details. First of all, I think that the goal of any renovation of a historic building should not be to make it all perfectly new, but should be to allow for old building to be old. And one of the elements about this building that makes it old is that nice decorative panel. I don't think they need to recreate it for symmetry. If they wish to, they could, but I think it should certainly be preserved. It can be repositioned. It's clear that they're not bringing the porch to code height, so that's not an issue. And I think that the solution of having the railing above a lower masonry parapet is acceptable. So I think they should, again, work with staff to try to retain that decorative panel and be integrated into the design in some manner. I also think that I think it's unfortunate that we missed it last time, but I think that with having the evidence that they do of the design of the porch above the masonry, the wood portion, it would be unfortunate to bypass that. I think that they should seek to recreate or at least address it in some way that seeks to dialogue with what used to be there, if not a literal recreation. But if you look at the proportions of the overhang, the details of the brackets, the columns, it just has a very makeshift look to it that doesn't seem intentionally commenting on or referencing anything. It just looks like it was looked at with focus. So I think that they could sharpen their focus and make that a little bit better.
I think the windows are fine, I think the corners should be, as you suggested, retained. And the lead portion can be made out of sheet metal, whether it's to match or to complement, would be clear either way. But I think that they should definitely retain what they have, rather be old. In terms of the glass railing, I think that the staff suggestion of metal railing would be much less intrusive, more appropriate to me. I don't think the visibility of it is bad, but I think that the material is unfortunate.
Fred?
I agree with everything. I have nothing to add. I think Michael said it all for me.
Michael?
I agree as well. Very well said. I think we've already improved the height for the perimeter fence. I don't see any reason to change it. The building was constructed in 1899, which was 9 years after we saw the introduction of Portland cement in this country. So there is actually a history to that concrete. I think we need to say it.
As opposed to the last 7 years.
Yes.
That was really well done, Michael. So, I agree with everything. I don't know, did you say that all of the railings should be tied in and matched in terms of material and color? Well, I would like to have that.
Yeah, I agree, that was my thought. I think it would have painted black.
Yeah.
Okay, any other thoughts? Sorry, John? You have to give that
When this was last approved, I think I was already past my point of willingness to go along. I wasn't very happy with the closing off of that and the build out of the building to the full property line. I understand we are where we are, so that's not in front of us, and so Mark and the art meeting, I already know I'm beyond that. But a lot of these changes, I think, appear to be tweaks that actually change the entire image of that side of the building. And I do agree with Michael on all of his comments. I do agree with the testimony that this is not a place for a visible glass railing on the roof. Do what you want on the roof, activities-wise, but I don't think we should be seeing it at all. Door change, I agree with someone else who testified that they characterized it as a porthole door. If it's not an original door, I'm happy to allow change, but that I think is not the way to go. I don't think anybody commented on this. I think the curved stair is out of context with the age and style of the building. And on the things that are fine, excavation underground is fine. They're going to do that carefully. The louvers are fine, and the yard materials I'm not terribly concerned about.
I'm not sure if anyone commented on the door. So, I think that it would be more appropriate to keep the iron door. Yeah, I translucent if I need to, but I think the house door is not appropriate.
If it's not clear in photographs, it still looks old, and I think that more investigation should be done, and if the placement is warranted, it should be more in keeping with the age and style. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that the commissioners have had. I also was thinking with the fence with the height of it, that perhaps part of it is that the knee wall is so high at certain points. Perhaps the knee wall could be a lower portion of this fence, as they're trying to get it down to somewhat lower height. And I agree with the comment that you made, Sarah, but if we could find out if the fence of the driveway is typical or atypical, I think we should look at that issue in the district, whether it is if it's typical, I don't really, on a corner property or stuff, but I don't really have a problem with it, but I think it should not be out of character. And I'd actually like to see less paving in the lawn, but that seems not to be something the commissioners are concerned about.
All right, great. Thank you all, and thank you to everyone who's participated. I think we have a motion to approve with some modifications that the porch base be restored and repaired, and the decorative panel be retained, that the railings be metal, the perimeter fence be lower, with a lower base, more ironwood, and should follow the average in the streetscape in 45 feet. And the door should investigate whether that is a historic door, and so maintain it and do something to make it more solid, maybe fences and glass or something behind it, or a nice or a replacement of an appropriate door. And cable wire and metal railings, setbacks for individual. And I think that covers most of it, and I think we want to continue to work as they develop the drawings, the details on the porch, and look at corner buildings and how the area around resolves at the end of it.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what Diana said first, that nobody actually seems to care about. I care about it. And this building is really an important building in this neighborhood. It's in a highly, highly visible location. And it's, we appreciate, the work that's being, the attention that's being paid to it, and believe that, speaking on behalf of the commissioners, that all of the tweaks that we're recommending are going to enable it to shine even more. I personally believe that that's a lot of paving, and that you have an opportunity to really use that. Of course, you need to be able to, Leonard needs to be able to walk around, and that makes sense, but really have an opportunity to make the interior an asset to the building. And I would advocate working with staff on the landscaping to maybe reduce the amount of paving and use the landscaping in a way that's going to add to the wonderful integrity of the original building and the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that bluestone is a typical paving material for areaways, and plantings also are very typical, so I think that a combination of the two, and I do think that the strategy of front-loading the landscaping on Eastern Parkway and keeping it at the perimeter is good, and so the staff can look at trying to incorporate a little bit more planting into that as well, but I think that bluestone paving is also an appropriate material for the area.
I'm not having a problem with that, but I think it is just the balance. It's just the balance. Okay. Thank you.
In matter of docket 19-26, 973-615 Eastern Parkway, Heights, North Historic District. A statuesque style road was designed by Frederick L. Hine and built in 1899. The application is to amend prior commission approval to alter the facades and construct an addition to include replacing the cornice, installing roof railings, louvers, areaways, and ironwork, modifying the porch, entry door, and driveway, and excavating the side yard for a below-grade addition. I note that the building's scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Crown Heights North Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications following. That the proposed medium-grade finish of the cornice will be compatible with the historic color palette of the house. That the proposed louvers will be a discrete presence on the facade due to their small size, stone color finish, flush-mounted installation, and location at the base of the building, partially obscured from view. That the replacement of the existing stoop railing, fencing, knee holes, chain link gates, and concrete and asphalt paving of the
yards, and driveway will not eliminate any significant architectural features from the site. That the proposed railings at the porch and stoop will be in keeping with historic ironwork found throughout the historic district in terms of their material, base design, and details and finish, and will be well scaled to their locations. That the material and finish of the stucco-coated knee walls will recall aspects of stone knee walls found at yards and areaways throughout the historic district. That the driveway paving will be typical in terms of material and finish and feature a simple repeating pattern at a modest scale, which will not draw undue attention to itself. That the bluestone paving and planting beds will feature a simple plan being in keeping with yard and areaway treatments found throughout the historic district in terms of placement and dimensions. That the below-grade excavation will not eliminate the presence of planting beds within the yard or be perceptible from public thoroughfares. That the excavation will be designed and built in compliance with the Department of Building regulations under supervision of a licensed engineer to protect the building and the adjacent buildings. However, I find that the condition of the historic cornice on the main building does not appear to warrant its full replacement. That the fiberglass substitute material for the cornice will feature prominently placed seams that will detract from its appearance. That the proposed alterations to the existing porch walls will involve concealing or replacing the decorative carved masonry and the removal of the decorative metal and glass door and transom, and will eliminate the presence of these significant architectural features. That the combination of the proposed fencing and knee walls will create an atypically tall barrier at the perimeter of the site and will disrupt the harmonious relationship between this site and the lower neighboring fencing and walls at New York Avenue. That the driveway gates will be slightly taller than the adjoining posts, creating an awkward transition, and that the roof glass railings will be highly visible from public thoroughfares and atypical in terms of its material design and illumination, thereby drawing undue attention to themselves. Therefore, I recommend that the historic metal cornice on the new building be retained and restored to maintain historic fabric, and metal cornice also be used at the addition. That the decorative historic masonry of the sides of the porch walls be retained, restored, and incorporated into the porch design, and the details of the porch be refined. That the historic metal and glass door and transom be retained and restored or replaced in kind if needed. That the proposed fencing and knee walls be substantially reduced in height. That the gates to the driveway be reduced to align with or below the height of the adjoining pier. That a non-illuminated, simply designed metal railing featuring a neutral color and thin pickets and rails be installed at the roof instead of the glass railing. That all painted ironwork have a uniform dark finish, and that the applicant work with staff on the proportions of the landscaping within the inside of the house.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so it's approved with those modifications, and the staff will assist you in incorporating those into it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 3. This is LPC 19-33866, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 21, Lot 6, 71 Broadway, the Empire Building Individual Landmark, a neoclassical style office building designed by Kimball and Thompson, built in 1897 and 98. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Bacon, Preservation Staff. This item is 71 Broadway, the Empire Building, an individual landmark located between Broadway, Record Street, and Trinity Place. the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp at the Trinity Place facade. Here are some historic images of the building showing its Broadway and Rector Street facades. And there are currently several storefronts with entrances along Rector Street, which are shown in the images above, and feature varying entrance grades due to the slope of Rector Street. These storefronts can also be accessed via a public corridor that's inside the building, which you can see in the images below. In these images, you can see the existing primary entrance to the building along Broadway, which primarily serves the building's residential use. There's currently an accessible lift located at this Broadway entrance for the residential portion of the building, but the existing lift does not provide access to the public corridor. Here are images showing the Trinity Place entrance and the location of the proposed ramp. This entrance provides access to the building's public corridor, which you can see here in the plan. Here are the existing plan and elevation at Trinity Place, as well as the proposed plan and elevation. There's an existing commercial entrance here at the left bay, which will be retained and accessed via the proposed ramp. The proposed ramp will feature granite at the sides to match the base of the building, a concrete ramp, and brushed metal pipe handrails to match the brushed metal finishes present at the building. The commissioners are reviewing this item today due to the installation of a ramp with handrails at this individual landmark, which is not permitted by our rules. The applicants are here to answer any questions.
Please feel free to stand and state your name for the record and add anything.
Hi, my name is Patricia Tiglius. I'm junior architect. Here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the applicant? And then, you can show the site plan as well.
Overall.
The overall. So we are on the Trinity Place side right now. All right. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we do have a resolution from Community Board 1 recommending approval of the application. Any final questions? A motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Would anyone like to start? I think it solves the problems that create minimally increases rate, even though it's a fairly long ramp on this facade. This is a less articulated facade than the other facade.
So,
The
just a
material seem harmonious.
quick question. Currently, there's that little steel ramp, right? In order to be code, we actually have to go over that steel ramp to 30-something feet. That's the only solution.
Well, the other complicating factor is that there is an entrance to one of the storefronts that's along the run of that ramp, so it has to pause for a landing and then rise again. But it is actually a tall enough grade change that it does require a longer ramp than what they're currently using for sure.
And it comes to us because it requires a rail, and there's no alternative to that for that length and height of the ramp.
Correct.
Does everyone feel it's appropriate? Okay, so,
In the matter of document number LPC 19-3386671 Broadway, the Empire Building, an individual landmark. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed ramp at this location will provide barrier-free access in the least intrusive method possible, without eliminating or obscuring any significant architectural features of the facade or paving, that the proposed ramp will allow for access to multiple commercial spaces from the interior, thereby eliminating the need for alterations to the storefront entrances along Rector Street, that the materials of the proposed ramp and landing consist of metal pipe railings with brushed finish, concrete ramp surface and landing and granite curb will be simply designed and harmonious with historic materials of the building, that the small size neutral finish and placement of the actuator button at the entrance return will not call undue attention to itself or otherwise detract from significant architectural features of the building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of this individual landmark.
all in favor? Any opposed? That's approved. Thank you.
The next item is number 4, LPC 19-32726, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 178, Lot 6, 106 Franklin Street, Tribeca East Historic District, an altered Italianate style store and loft building built 1866 to 68. The application is to alter the fire escape.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Ryan, Preservation Staff. This item is 106 Franklin Street, located at the north side of Franklin Street, between West Broadway and Church Street. And the Tribeca East Historic District. The proposal is to modify our fire escape by removing all ladders and a modern extension to the second floor basket and restoring the historic baskets in conjunction with installing new simply designed metal infill of the baskets within the resultant openings. Now you can see here from the tax photo that the fire escape existed as far as the 40s. It's deemed a significant alteration when the fire escape was installed. The window configuration on the front facade was amended. There is a separate permit which has been approved at staff level to restore the windows of the primary facade and the storefront to their historic design configuration. The architect, Megan Tierney of BB Bernstein Architects, is here to present the proposal and answer any questions. And here is the existing proposed rendering.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
So you can see here the existing fire escape. Yep, my name is Megan Tierney with BB Bernstein Architects. And you can see here the renderings of the existing fire escape and then the proposed without the ladders. There's a couple of reasons why the ladders should be removed. First of all, it's a visual obstruction from the units within. And for safety reasons, we don't want anyone using the fire escape as is. It's not currently up to code and not required because we are providing a 2-hour staircase inside for the residents, as well as we are going to keep the landings of the fire escape so that we still have, we keep that fabric of the Tribeca East Historic District visually from the outside.
Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a resolution from Community Board 1 recommending approval of the application. We can have a motion to close the hearing. And a second. All in favor? So I think this keeps the historic fabric. This is a district characterized and notable for its historic fire escapes. It's also consistent with approvals we've made in the past to remove the ladders but keep the baskets.
In the matter of LPC 19-32726, 106 Franklin Street, Tribeca East Historic District, an alternate Italian-style store and loft building built in 1866 to 68, the application is to alter the fire escape. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca East Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the removal of simply designed ladders and modern extension will not eliminate any significant architectural features, and the most prominent aspects of the fire escape, including the decorative railings, will be retained and restored. That the presence of fire escape baskets without ladders within the streetscape, which features buildings with and without fire escapes, as well as some variety of fire escape designs, will not detract from any of the unifying characteristics of the streetscape. That the new components will be modest and simple design additions, which will be consistent with the existing fire escape in terms of material, detail, and finish, and thereby not drawing undue attention to themselves, and that the work will not detract from the building, streetscape, or the Tribeca East Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed?
One abstention.
Okay, moving to item number 5, LPC 19-3387, an application for certificate of appropriateness of the borough of Manhattan, block 179, lot 43, 29 to 31 Leonard Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. 2 utilitarian-style store and loft buildings designed by J. Morgan Slade, built in 1881, and a commercial building designed by Neil Guterman and built in 1932. The application is to alter facades and loading platform, replace windows and storefront infill, remove fire escape baskets, install a canopy, and construct on top of bulkheads.
Morning Commissioners, included preservation staff. The application is for alterations at 2931 Leonard Street and 198 West Broadway. 3 combined buildings sited on the north side of Leonard Street and the west side of Barrett Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. 2931 Leonard Street are 2 commercial buildings built in 1880, 1881 and combined in the early 20th century. The garage building facing Barrett Street was built in 1932. There are several components to this application. The alterations include replacing entrance infill and windows, installing canopy, removing fire escape baskets, and altering the loading platform for barrier-free access at the south facade of 2931 Leonard Street, and restorative work proposed that this facade will be reviewed at stock level. Creating and enlarging masonry openings at the east facade and northeast corner of 2931 Leonard Street, shifting the location of window openings, replacing windows and combining window openings at the north facade of 2900 Street, constructing bulkheads at the roof of 2900 Street, and altering the west facade of the garage building. The applicant is here to discuss this.
Good morning, my name is Leonard. I'm the architect of the project. So maybe we'll, since you know the context, maybe I'll go back just to this diagram. So we are talking about 29 Leonard, 31 Leonard, and 198 West Broadway that was constructed quite a few years later after the widening of Varick Street and the extension of Varick Street south. Some of fabric was removed, and there is what we call the diagonal of the project that was kind of cut from this triangular mass that was cut from the building. This would be the famous diner right on the corner. These 2 buildings are 7-story brick, while this one is a single-story building. This would be an interesting pictures from 1940, where you can see very clearly the typology of the garage building with a crenulated shape of the roof of the building, and the openness of the building into the widened Varick Street and Finn Square right here. At the time, there used to be a space, a gap between these 2 buildings, which I think in the 70s, but I'm not sure, was connected. As part of our scheme, we're trying to bring back this typology, of course, change the use of it from garage and now office to bring it back and open it for a more retail use. So just a quick about this, about the history of the site. So this would be our site, and this is the historical or the original block shape, and this is what I call 1910 urban fabric cut line, and the extension and widening of Varick Street, which quite a lot of urban fabric was removed. And this is kind of the evolution of this process of removal of urban fabric. And there is this, the cut line is basically biting out a triangular piece from 31 Leonard. And the yellow area showing this is an existing condition. The yellow area shows the immediate context of the removal, and this diagram showing the bite out, the triangular mass that was subtracted, and we're trying to express this historical event somehow with a delicate assembly of metal, wood, and glass that we show. So this is the existing Leonard Street elevation. You can see that it's one story above the rest of the building. The owners that built these buildings for dry food storage, one year after they completed the building, they added another floor on both 29 and 31. This would be the diner. So our proposal is to strip off the paint and clean up the paint from around the perimeter of the building, the envelope of the building, exposing and cleaning up the historical brick and lintels. We have a metal cladded bulkhead. We try to keep it to minimum possible just to get people accessibility to the roof. A canopy, a metal canopy. We are restoring the cast iron columns, posts, and beams, and we are creating an access to the building, maintaining the mass of the existing loading dock. And here, this is an enlarged drawing showing the assembly that we're proposing, which is cleaning up, restoring the cast iron elements, which are probably the only elements that have some ornamentation of the, in this kind of utilitarian building, together with the cornice that have some sunflower ornaments up top. So we have a couple of stairs, one to the retail space on 31 Leonard, and another one leading to the residential lobby, and the man, again, trying to keep as much as we can the mass of the historical, the existing lobby. So this is existing and this is proposed. We try to also find this alignment with our neighbors to keep this line of the infield storefront. We're also proposing to remove the fire escape, which never been used. There is no connection, and there is, as far as we've seen, there is no real ornamentation that worth maintaining. So this is another thing we're proposing. We probe through the loading dock at some point in the brief, in the historical brief of the building. We saw that there's a mention about the granite pedestal below the diamond plate. However, that's what we found. And we found this crawl space between the mass of the building and the sidewalk. So this would be the very split elevation, what we call the diagonal wall, the cat wall, the old garage, the infield, and this is the diner, and this big massive wall rising up above it. So this is what we will propose here to maintain the proportion of the old garage here. Stop working. Okay, good again. And introduce in the cut line diagonal wall, a delicate metal, wood, and glass wood to create an interesting moment and to be able to bring light into the building, and a low-line window that resonates with the Leonard Street windows. So this would be the proposed and the existing image. So this would be a drawing showing how delicate this this assembly is going to be. With a and we did this model just to get a feel for the proportions of the assembly, where it is going to be made metal and this will be a good accent. We're also maintaining the stitching of the brick, and then we're taking this new addition and stitch it back into the historical wall. So there's kind of an interesting conversation and dialogue between the historical stitching of in the brick scale, and this is in the floor scale. This is a drawing showing when the window is open. Like here, it's with a limiter. So it's very minimal. And this is just another drawing in this section. The stitching and the assembly and the accent central bay. So again, the garage building, maintaining the crenulated shape and kind of bringing back the big opening of the old garage to have a kind of a dialogue with the street. So this would be an image looking at the building on the corner of Leonard, the diner with Eric, showing the dialogue between the log light window we are proposing and the existing windows. This would be the rear elevation of the building, the north elevation of the building. We are proposing a slight modification of 2 rows of windows and opening up to bring light in the existing sunken yard in order to bring light to the building amenities that will not be visible from the public way because of the garage building. So this is how it's going to, this is a view from Barry looking south. The top of the garage, the roof of the garage building will serve as a garden for the second floor apartment. So this is just a diagram showing the alteration proposing. We did mock-up of paint removal on various places in the building. I think it looks pretty good. We plan to do it throughout the envelope of the building, bringing back, restoring, pointing the brick and the lintels. And so it goes the same for the shutter brackets. The steel shutter brackets we're planning to paint and restore. This would be the rooftop. Mock-up again, we try to keep the bulkhead to the minimum. We also position the elevator shaft, which is a bit higher on the west side, again to minimize visibility from the context. The bulkhead is not visible from the immediate context at all. There are only a few moments that it's very minorly visible when you go north on West Broadway. There is this moment that you see the bulkhead, and on Leonard there is a quite of a change of elevation, the topographic elevation. So there's a moment where you can see that that's about it. So this would be a diagram and a picture showing the visibility from the corner of Mike and West Broadway. This is from here. This would be from Leonard Street, from the parts of the Greenwich tower here. And this is from the immediate context. This is from Finn Square, around the building. Some material that we bought here. And here we have some floor plans. Just very quickly to go over the typical floor plan. We try many layouts, but maintaining the historical division of 21 and 31 worked best for us. So we're basically keeping it and introducing, three-bedroom apartments.
Any questions? We'll take public testimony and we'll come back to that. Bessie Deno.
Jesse Down for the Historic District Council. At first glance, this facade appears to be one large building. Closer examination and deliberate design details reveal the architect's intention to have these buildings read as two. These design choices include two I-beam lintels instead of one, with separated storefronts and a wider width of masonry down the center of the building. The fire basket's extension across the two facades unifies the buildings in a subtle way and should be retained for this reason. Conversely, the proposed canopy introduces an element which heavily unifies the bifurcated intent of these buildings, and perhaps should feature a break between the two facades. The choice of stainless steel for the canopy appears foreign on the building with cast iron piers and I-beams, so a painted steel canopy would harmonize better. The proposed design for Barrack Street is not quite resolved. This strip of glazing feels like overcompensation when this building's Tribeca address alone holds enough confidence to attract the target tenants it desires. This former manufacturing district is characterized by the low-grade construction methods of its era. It is surrounded by plenty of options of construction materials of our era, many of which are rising in the nice shot of this public hearing room. That being said, this building doesn't need glass to woo, and the execution of this intervention seems forced, especially at the turning of the corner. Retain more masonry with these box, and there will be a better result. Thank you.
Thank you. Louisa Winchell?
I wasn't speaking on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? So we do have a resolution from Community Board 1 approving the removal of the fire escape and they say they cannot, so they approve most parts of it, but say they cannot support any part of the application until the design of the glass wall is to be studied and the window assembly. The ratio is higher than the level of acceptable transparency for the district and should be reduced. Okay. So would you like to respond to the comments? I think there were comments about the canopy finish. I just wanted to actually clarify that, as well as the window assembly of the area sliced off.
Right, so as for the canopy, the idea would be to have a steel canopy which is painted. I think another, which I think that's what they in favor of. Also, there was, I think I understood that he mentioned separating the canopy instead of having it one liner, which we had no problem with design-wise. I think.
Did we see that on the slide?
The canopy.
Yeah.
Sure.
There you go. Would you mind explaining the reason for the canopy itself?
Right. We had, well, we wanted to be able to, a shelter, handicapped people rising to the building, and tenants, and they're using, the people who are going to use the retail space. Around the area, we saw canopy quite few historical buildings, and we thought this is an element we would like to, add to the, comfort of the people who's going to use this building. I think it's also the first building on the block, and it creates an interesting feature, apart from the practical aspect.
Just looking at the community board resolution again, I think they were talking also about the transparency of the storefront on Barrack Street, former garage, would have been a larger store.
So, talking about this, so we were looking at this as well. We based this design basically based on the historical picture we found. This brick pier that we are bringing down is to demarcate the exact location of the old garage building. where this part that was connected later is basically, we just kind of try to find balance.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Maybe just one question. On page 10, the historic photos, I'm trying to understand whether or not, okay, so on the photograph on the left, were there, are there vestiges of existing cuts or windows or openings on the blank face? Yes, those. What happens there now?
I think they're still there.
It's still there.
They're still there, but they're
Painted over.
They painted over, the entire wall is painted.
they're blind.
Go back to the existing picture today.
Here, you can see.
You can barely see it.
You can barely see it.
It's painted there, beautiful.
The point is, it was blind, they were once opened. That's what I'm trying to get to understand. They were once opened, they were closed and painted. But you're proposing new windows on that side, not in the location of the previous cuts.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? We'll have our discussion. So I think, there are changes to the front facade, the new windows and storefronts and the canopy, removal of the fire escape baskets. And then there are the changes to the secondary facade, which include the new window openings, window assembly, and the storefront and the base. And I think, the idea of recognizing the slice has been something we have kind of adopted in approvals along 7th Avenue South, buildings, recognizing that 7th Avenue South is extended and cut through blocks, these triangular shaped blocks. So we have thought about or found it appropriate to express that slice in the design of the buildings. This is an existing building with a secondary facade, so I think it's something interesting to think about as we discuss the proposal. Yes, Fred.
I think this is a great proposal, really taken in by the combination of restoration, preservation, adaptive reuse, and new elements, all in one relatively small and relatively modest building, which certainly is a supporting element of the historic district. I don't think I'm finding an issue. I answered the question about the canopy, partly because I guess there's never been a canopy here per se, although I guess maybe we don't know. But I was persuaded by the answer that this is an element of accommodation for the current use, or the proposed new use, and it seems to me like it does fit in within the district, of course, but also fit in with this building in terms of demarking the upper level from the lower level, so I can support that. To me, the drama of it, the poetry of this scheme is on the other side, where the historic cut is beautifully made. One doesn't even have to appreciate the historic reason for that, but if one knows that and is into the history of the streetscape on that basis, all the better. But I think just looking at this beautiful rendering of the elements of the contemporary facade, at least I am completely persuaded by it. It's a relatively small little element too, which makes it all the more appropriate. If this were a whole wall of it, perhaps we would find it more difficult to support. But I think this is extraordinarily beautiful. The stitching that was mentioned and so forth. It's interesting, just earlier on this morning, we found a glass rail inappropriate. I found it inappropriate, and we rejected that glass rail. In this case, I find, this is why this commission is so interesting, we have to find appropriateness. And do I find, although maybe I can't express it exactly, that the glass rail in this scheme, maybe because of this particular image on our screen right now, so much glass, that the glass rail is appropriate, in this, and seeing it is, for me, not a problem in this building, whereas it was an egregious problem in the other building. So, anyway, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's a very good scheme.
So I would agree that the expression of this cut with the new glass and wood facade element is really convincing and I think very appropriate. I think though that the lower building, if you just go to that image, that the openings are not as convincing there. Almost, I think it needs to retain more of its masonry so that we can read its, the way that it's distinct and has been from the other building. So I would almost, maybe there's a kind of compromise or a middle ground that the openings in the short building will not be so tall. Maybe that would help it if they were lower in width. I'm also not convinced by the canopy. And I'm trying to figure out why exactly that is. Certainly in Tribeca and further west in Tribeca, the canopies are, predominant landscape. But here, and particularly on these couple of blocks, there's this kind of starkness to the ground floors of those buildings. It's so particular and it's so not replicated in kind of other places downtown. And something about the storefronts or the ground floor spaces they're tall, but they're slightly deeper. They're they're raised onto those bulkheads. It's just a very particular quality, and I think that the canopy is not quite appropriate in that spot.
Yeah. I also think, for the most part, as Fred said, the building is really well done. It's very respectful to the original tradition and to the character of the neighborhood, and it's really, enhanced the building in many ways. I am having a little bit of a problem with the canopy as well. I'm not having a problem with there being a canopy. I agree that with what Abby said, that in this part of the neighborhood, if there are canopies, they're shallow, and otherwise these buildings are, more on the street, even if there are metal steps going up and there being platforms. So my recommendation would be, I think the issue for me with this canopy is it's extraordinarily deep. And I think something that's a little shallower would work just fine and serve the purpose. So that would be recommendation one. And I also agree with the addition, if we could go to that slide again. Yeah, right there. Yeah, but I think there's just too much glazing on the ground floor, and there needs to be a little more masonry to work within the configuration. I think it's sort of, it looks like it was an afterthought as opposed to this separate, separate structure that ties into the entire project. So I would recommend rethinking that.
Just to have us continue to think through these two thoughts, I think that the canopy actually doesn't look that deep on the plan. It looks fairly shallow, and it looks like it aligns or corresponds with the loading bay. And I think that is a pretty typical condition, and even on some of the narrow streets, even like Reed Street and Ray Street, the condition was approved. Metal canopies that correspond to loading bays was just really appropriate for the technology. So I too was thinking, is there something that could make the canopy
more appropriate for someone who would feel that it feels uncomfortable to be on the street. I actually think having it be continuous is actually more typical than having two smaller ones on the side. I would agree with that. So,
How deep do we think that is? 7 feet.
It's about 6 feet.
But the condition on these streets, I think, is, and even the condition on what was there is significantly shallower.
I think, lots of times these canopies, they cover loading bays that are to the functional purpose, and they tend to be quite deep. So I think this has, something about the relationship to the loading bay makes sense to me, it seems logical. And then just on the Merrick Street side, the height of the servant opening, I believe, is the height of the garage opening, so they're turning it to a height that it once had been. But that infill piece in the middle didn't exist when it was a garage, so maybe there's something about that piece that will distinguish the two and make it feel more appropriate. Maybe that's what it is. Yes,
I agree 100%. That's a spot on about the infill piece. I toured this building before it was sold to this developer. And one must say one very important thing about this building is this spice warehouse up in the building, which was sold, and the smells of cumin and coriander and other cinnamon were just floor by floor. It was a magical space to see here. I guess it was 27 feet maybe, but a building like this was still being used for its original function. Was romantic and sad. It was only going to be a matter of time before it got finalized. So I think that I agree that generally the application is a good one. I have no concerns about the cut and the way the cut's handled. I think I agree with Fred that it's very delicately handled in a way that's very consistent with other projects that we've seen. I would raise a couple of comments. First, regarding the north-facing windows on the rear facade, the applicant's proposing recutting several of them vertically. I would urge them to work with the staff to see that. I think that an awful lot of historic material is being modified, and it doesn't. If you look at the north facade, a lot of those windows are, I think 2 rows out of 5 or out of 6 are being called for relocation. There you go. So yeah, the first bay and the second to last bay, they're trying to move it over. I would urge that they work with staff to try to avoid that. Also, I think that this facade used to have, in photographs in the original current condition, mullioned windows, which is also the case for the windows adjacent to it, the building next door. So I would suggest that they retain that. I do friend with the glass railing in this case. I think it's an urban environment with a temporary spin starting in the corner. I think it is appropriate. I would suggest, I think that for me, the canopy issue has to do with the street. And this is a very distinctive street. If this is the first canopy on the street, then I think it should not be placed on this building. I do think that the restoration of the brickwork is going to be fine. I have no problem moving the baskets, which are not decorative. I would suggest that the applicant consider restoring the shutters, though. And the shutters were a key feature of this building. The hinges the brackets are still there. So I would suggest they do that. The addition is not required. I don't think the facility will
And for the window configuration, is that for both the front end and the facade?
I don't think they were changing the reload. I don't think they were relocating the front facade.
The multi-name versus...
No, but I think that, I didn't see in the photographs that there's multi on the front, and it's not a was it?
I think there were a combination of different configurations.
Oh, there we go. I think if the historical record indicates that this was a mullion facade, and it should be a mullion facade. That's going to be applied in many cases.
I noticed about the lot line window cut. See, the fact that there are openings in this wall suggests to me that it could possibly have to use those would be better than cutting.
I wasn't sure.
Other thoughts? Diana, go down, Diana.
On the issue of the masonry on the smaller building, the garage building, I was also looking at the original, and, you know, on the front, and I think that everybody agrees maybe that the issue might be that new sort of addition between because the rest is, there isn't that much masonry on the original building, obviously. Or it might be the side that's visible, you know, of the building that creates that. So I think the front of that building should, you know, and have a lot of glass, you know, but perhaps some modification on the others. And I basically feel really okay with the plan. I do think, and I think that having one canopy as opposed to two is okay. Even though there's two buildings here, you can still see that, obviously. The fact that those fire escape baskets have extended over both of them for all this time has created this sense that it is the one building, just a visual point on the street, so I don't have as much concern about it on that. Often I'm looking for really identifying the two buildings, but I don't think that's necessary. I'm comfortable with that. And in general, I agree with most of, you know, the comments I've read before about the approach on the cut certainly. I think really like that. And generally,
I think in general, this is a really nice application. But I agree with Michael about the windows. My first looking at the building, even though it's a very simple warehouse, it has a lot of little details that give it texture that are being stripped away. That I think is not really appropriate. You look at this facade versus the proposed facade, the one over one windows and the very glassy storefront. I think it sort of makes the masonry feel like a screen, as well as the cut, which I think is beautiful. But I do believe that the masonry piers should be a little bit more substantial. I find that it's really dematerializing the brick facade. So I would advocate for 606 windows and perhaps wider piers on the cut. And I imagine that the storefront, everything else had this thinking, but that image was good. We had center bay of each section of the storefront has a gridded panel. If that could be incorporated with glass, it would help bring back that sort of the texture that I think the modern.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The garage door?
No, you see the gridded.
The loading door.
Loading doors. To incorporate that into the storefront could help retain some of that texture. The original building.
All of that momentum from my esteemed colleagues. I'm clearly defining myself here as a footnote. Dr. Seuss wrote a book called The Lorax, and there was a character that was speaking for the trees, and I think I'm going to be doing that right now. That slice of the building, I do not take issue with my colleague's view of how the treatment is a wonderful treatment, and I don't comment on that at all. But I'm going to take the point of view of perhaps of an historian or an archaeologist. These slices on these buildings are not, 10 years ago or 20 years ago. In this particular case, the building was complete for about 41 years, and for 108 years, it's had what was an elimination of the original fabric, but the replacement of that fabric with an attempt to be cohesive and sympathetic with what the building originally looked like. What's done today does, it preserves that angle, but it creates the image of, almost the image of a separate building on that slice. And these slices are not just on Barrett Street, they're throughout the entire city of New York. If you've ever traveled the Cross Bronx Expressway at the pace that one normally travels the Cross Bronx Expressway, you'll get about 2.5 hours of opportunity to see how amazing these slices on these buildings can be. With all due respect for my colleagues, I don't find the elimination of the fabric appropriate.
I don't know that I agree with that, with John's analysis of that cut. I would like to see much more masonry. I also agree with the colleagues about more masonry on the one-story garage.
Okay, all right. So I think that actually we have enough votes for the design of that window assembly as is, but that I think most people would like to see that one-story indoor piece restudied. And I think that most people are also okay with the storefronts and the canopy. I've heard 3 in support, one and 3 not in support at this point. So I just think we need a little more on the canopy. I'm in support of the canopy. Okay.
In support of.
Okay, so I think we're good on the canopy. And then I think, does everybody feel that the windows should be the multi-light windows to retain texture on the facades and scale? I think in some ways, I'm of mixed minds. I think that, as you said, the proposal is sort of a comedy of the old and new and this kind of nice marriage between the two. But in some ways, I also think that the mounted windows on front of the back and that sort of restoring the texture to those facades actually can make the slice a little more dramatic on the side, which faces Barrett Street, which is a much more varied streetscape. So I think, but we need to come to a consensus on the windows for us to be able to make a motion today.
I mean, I actually am fine with the proposal. I mean, if the majority of the commission, feels differently, then that's fine.
Go to the
29.
And the other side, so.
As a piece, I think the cut, the windows as one over ones work better with the cut than they would if we do 6 over 6s. It's just a little more cohesive.
Either way,
I think we'll have to go with the multi-light. Okay, so
Is it multi-light just on the front though, front facade or not?
front and rear.
To the blank face, on page 30, their rendering actually doesn't show the remnants of the blind windows that are there. And I'm assuming that those are going to be kept and not kind of sanded away.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the renderings did actually.
Okay, but that was
confusing.
so I understand.
Okay, all right, so I think we have 6 votes for everything except for the windows, which we should make a recommendation that they be multi-light on the historic windows on the front and the rear, right?
That's the only modification.
I think so, yeah.
Position windows?
And do others feel that the position should be retained as possible? Okay, other than that. Could we look at before we look at the
Floor plan would
elevation?
have to have some jogs, there's like little steps and partitions.
Oh, yeah, we checked.
It would fail.
So at least the end one, if we keep it in its existing location, gives a little bit more masonry to the corner, so I think that for that reason it's also. Otherwise, I'd say there are minor adjustments to look along other types of adjustments we made to windows. They've changed the proportions, but I do think keeping a little more masonry in the corner helps with the people who felt like there should be a little more masonry.
matter LPC 19-33870, 29-31 Leonard Street in Tribeca West Historic District. Two utilitarian style store and multi buildings designed by J. Morgan Slade and built in 1881, and a commercial building designed by N.Y. and built in 1932. The application is to alter the facades and loading platform, replace windows and storefront infill, remove fire escape baskets, install a canopy, and construct rooftop bulkheads. I know that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District. I also note that the building's chamfered northeast corner is a result of the building being cut along the diagonal extension of Barrack Street to West Broadway in 1910. I recommend approval of modifications, finding that the awnings and infill to be removed at the first floor of the Leonard Street facade are not significant architectural features of the building. The proposed metal and glass infill featuring paired doors and transoms at the first floor of the Leonard Street facade will recall the proportions of entrance infill historically found in buildings of this type, style, and age in the contemporary way and will restore the height and width of the original openings. But the proposed metal canopy will be simply designed typical of utilitarian canopies historically found within the historic district in terms of material, projection, and placement, and that its installation will not conceal any significant architectural features of the building. But the buildings of this age and style often had one-over-one windows, and that a change in that the proposed windows will match the historic windows in terms of details, operation, and finish, and will unify the fenestration pattern. That the fire escape baskets are utilitarian in design and not original to the building, and their removal will not diminish the historic character of the building. That the alterations to the loading platform will facilitate barrier-free access to the building without eliminating or obscuring any significant architectural features of the facade, and will maintain the scale, profile, and materials of loading platforms at buildings of this type, style, and age, and within this historic district. That the installation of a metal and glass window assembly at the northeast corner of the Leonard Street building will relate to and emphasize the historic cut made in 1910 when Barrack Street was extended, and will be seen in the context of adjacent contemporary style buildings. That the creation of new punched masonry openings at the east lot line of the Barrack Street facade and modifying the fenestration pattern at part of the rear facade of Leonard Street building by shifting a bay of windows will not diminish the historic solid to void ratio of these secondary facades, and will be in keeping with the character of secondary facade of buildings of this type, style, and age, and the industrial character of the historic district. The metal and glass window assembly combining the cellar and basement floors of the rear facade of the Leonard Street building will be partially below grade and not visible from public thoroughfares, and therefore will not alter the perceived scale of the building. That the brickwork and infill to be removed at the Barrack Street facade are not significant architectural features. That enlarging masonry openings at the ground floor of the Barrack Street facade will maintain the historic scale and profiles of the garage building and will recall the openness of the historic garage building in a contemporary way. And that the proposed rooftop bulkhead and glass railing will be moderately visible as seen in the context of adjacent fellow buildings. However, I recommend that the rear window openings be maintained at the outer bay, and that the windows at the front and rear facades match the original multi-level configuration.
And I think that everybody also felt, and I forgot to mention this, that notch, that infill piece between the storefront and the main building should be restudied in consultation with the staff.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So it's approved with those modifications.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to read in 3 consecutive items, but they're all being presented together at one time. The first is item 6. This is LPC 19-34417, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 553, lot 36 to 38 West 8th Street, aka 181 MacDougal Street, in Greenwich Village Historic District. A one-story commercial building designed by Leonard and building in 1937. The application is to demolish the building constructed in New York. Item number 7, LPC 19-34933, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 553, lot 21, 179 MacDougal Street, aka 40 to 42 West 8th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. A one-story commercial building designed by H.I. Feldman, built in 1937. The application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. And finally, item number 8, LPC 19-349PO, an application for certificate of appropriateness, also in the Borough of Manhattan, block 553, lot 26, 177 MacDougal Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. A row house built in 1834 and altered in the late 19th century. The application is to install storefront and fill.
Good morning, Commissioners, Sabrina Bishop, Preservation staff. The application before you is 36 to 38 West 8th Street and 177 to 179 MacDougal Street, both located in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The application consists of several components. The first is to demolish the 2 existing one-story commercial buildings for the construction of a new building, which will have street frontage on West 8th Street and MacDougal Streets. And the second is to replace the storefront on 177 MacDougal Street, which includes removing the existing 2-story storefront and ironwork, and modifying the base of the building and installing a new at-grade storefront. Jonathan Taylor from Higgins Graysbarth and Morris Action here to represent.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Taylor from Higgins Graysbarth. As Karina said, I'm here with Morris Adjmi. I'm going to introduce the project, and Morris will discuss the design of the new building proposed. As Karina mentioned, the site has 3 addresses, 2 one-story taxpayers at the southwest corner of West 8th Street in MacDougal, dating from the 1930s, to a comprehensive development. One is one on the corner, wraps around in an L shape and has facades on each street. And then next to it is 177 MacDougal, also part of the project site, 5-story apartment building, essentially dating in its current form from 1875, early to 1960s. Just some views of the immediate context on West 8th Street, looking from our side both directions towards 56th Avenue. This is a pretty unique spot in the village. When I first moved to New York, it was all shoe stores. So a little more variety now, but still a continuous ground floor streetscape. Originally, it would have been developed with row houses as a residential street. It became a commercial corridor in conjunction with Jefferson Market. So that led to the comprehensive alteration of the existing buildings, lower floors for commercial uses, as well as the replacement of some of these buildings with later buildings around the late 19th or 20th century, including apartment buildings, hotels, and even lofts. And also our block on MacDougal Street is also a mixture of the original dwellings, later taller apartment buildings, and again a striking loft at 171. So the proposed new building on the site of the taxpayers draws on these, some of these very existing types to, it's a single building, but it's expressed in 2 parts that is inspired by more than one of these original, these historic types, both to break up the size of the site and to capture some of that variety of the district. So in the corner, it's a 6-story apartment building form. Next to it on MacDougal Street, a 7-story loft section. Each is in its own sort of distinctive decorative brickwork. They both have storefronts to be continuous with that ground floor retail streetscape that's adjacent. And Morris will talk about the details a little bit more, but I'm just going to go into the history of the site. As I mentioned, in the first half of the 19th century, this would have been a more uniformly residential streetscape, as you can see in this map from the mid-19th century. The buildings on the site at that time were 3 row houses facing on MacDougal, 177 again, 179, and 181 to the corner. By the turn of the 20th century, this is the earliest photo we have of the site. In 1914, you can see some of the changes that happened on the site and around it. So 179 and 181, the original row houses, have been altered, combined, and added to with new construction on the 8th Street side to become a single larger hotel building, the Hotel Gonfort. 177 MacDougal, which is here, which originally would have been shared that sort of same roofline row with its neighbors. In 1875 was comprehensively reconstructed as a 5-story tenement. Also, nearby you can see some of these other changes again in loft at 171 and some of the other tenement buildings that replaced the earlier row houses. So I'm going to talk about 177 briefly, and I should have mentioned, sorry, in addition to the new buildings, the building at 177 will remain a separate building from the new building, and will have a new storefront, which I'll explain. So again, the photo that reflects that 1875 commission. By 1930, the facade had been altered. Those large lintels and sills had been removed. And in the 1960s, this is a designation area photo. This is 177 right here. In the 1960s, a storefront was installed replacing that residential ground floor. It's actually a basement entry store with this ironwork that was added at the same time. So the existing condition basically reflects that sort of 1960s alteration. See the 1960s storefront, basement entry, ironwork, sort of really tacked onto the building. Some of the upper floor conditions, you see it's been painted again, so that painted masonry. A lot of replacement windows in addition to some of the old deteriorated wood windows. Details of the 60s base. Again, we have this sort of two-story hole in the building with a new storefront entered from the basement. The ironwork that was added at that time, just metal and glass doors in the recess, and the non-historic rails, the areaway and stoop. So the proposal at 177 is to infill the areaway and create a new at-grade storefront with a wood storefront, a more appropriate storefront for the building and the context, as well as replacing the wood and glass entry door of the building with the wood panel door, restoring the brownstone lintel that would have been at the entry of the neighborhood common, and at the upper floors, removal of the paint, repair and masonry as needed, replacement of windows with new 2/2 wood windows matching that story. Just a little close-up detail again of the ground floor, new at-grade storefront, again in wood, with the wood sign band cornice with the pin-mounted lettering, a new railing that's with these sort of oval balusters that's not a replica of what was there originally, but sort of that's kind of the elliptical configuration that the historic areaway railing had. And again, this proposal is intended to sort of evoke the typical situation on 8th Street and MacDougal, where you had originally student residential buildings that were later converted with at-grade storefronts, often in conjunction with the remaining student entry to the building. So turning back to the corner site and the history of these existing buildings. So in 1937, the Hotel Montferrand was demolished and replaced by these two taxpayers, again, the corner building and the L-shaped building around it. The corner building at 181, it originally had this very sleek, transparent, streamlined storefront. The L-shaped building had this highly reflective metal cornice. What you see here is actually a reflection of the buildings across the street. But this tax photo, which was taken just a few years after construction, shows how the storefronts began to be altered quite rapidly. The original sort of streamlined storefront, they're replaced by this wooden kind of country-style farm store. Destination era photos sort of show this continued process. That metal parapet replaced by this garish signage. Storefronts here are sort of chopped up, replaced individually in different replacement storefronts. The 80s tax photos just sort of show this process of fabric replacement continuing. So these are the two facades of the L-shaped taxpayer, which today just sort of consists of this resulting incrustation. And at the corner building, what we have here is everything below, from the sign band down, reflects a 1990s renovation, which was a sort of a clumsy attempt to emulate the original cladding material, but with none of the sort of aesthetic sense of the original storefronts. So looking at the size and shape of the site, again, Morris and his team decided to break the building up into two parts, as it's always been different combinations of buildings on this site. In one part, again, the base is drawn on the sort of apartment building type that we see both here in the immediate context with these examples, but of course elsewhere in the village as well. So you would have had, what were originally the row houses that might have been on these sites were replaced by a wider, taller building. And these classic 20th century, early 20th century examples or turn of the 20th century, they're light bricks that intended to emulate limestone color with a well-defined base, forcing to define some attic story or stories, decorative brickwork, and window groupings or pairings or spacings on the facades intended to sort of give it some rhythm and break it up and not be just a simple grid on this wider facade. Of course, storefronts again are part of the streetscape, so these residential buildings on 8th Street typically have a ground floor storefront. Sometimes it'll be, even like in this example, 2 tenements actually have a single unified storefront continuing across. And this is a detail from the storefront across MacDougal from our site, corner entry with a post, which we can also find elsewhere on the village. Here is a similar thing also on the 6th floor. And again, for the other part of the building, loft expression, and again, these are examples reflecting that sort of commercial redevelopment of the 8th Street area. All of them, of course, featuring a decorative brick frame around window infill, storefront bases, of course, and an attic where they just need to demonstration treatment. So, with that background, I'll turn it over to you.
Just real quick, just before, is there an elevation, do you have any elevations, I could, if I missed it, of 8th Street facades? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there'll be one later. There's one later in the presentation.
Page 37.
Thank you. There it is.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Morris Atchemy. I'm going to talk about the design of the building. Jonathan described the restoration work at 177. I'm going to talk about this residential building with ground floor retail on the corner of MacDougal and 8th. We've articulated this design in 2 massings, which we think creates an appropriate situation on both MacDougal as well as on 8th Street. It's enabled us to drop the corner, which we think works well on that street, which I'll describe. And I want to talk a little bit also in detail about the brickwork, which we think essentially flips 2 typologies. First off, this is MacDougal. We've divided the corner line into 2 25-foot sections. One which we've articulated as a loft building, which you see this is section 39 West 8th Street, which is directly across the street from our site on 8th Street, and you see both these loft and apartment building typologies throughout the district, the neighborhood, and also on the block. And created a strong base, middle, and top section for each building, which I'll show you in detail. I'm going to talk first about the MacDougal loft building. Here's a render facade showing the work at 177, as well as the 2 components of the residential building. So the base of this building will serve as the entrance for the apartments above, as well as a portion of the retail space. We've articulated all of the storefronts differently. That was one of the comments that we changed after meeting with the community board. The brickwork is very articulated and specific to the individual areas on the side. The end walls have this English bond, and then there's a running bond on the span of panels between those sections, with a bullnose both on the vertical as well as the horizontal sections. The windows on the center section or on the upper portions of the building are 2/2 with a division where the windows are molded together, similar to these that you see on loft buildings in the neighborhood. And then there's a little decorative cap between those windows as well. On the upper portion, we've changed that in mold to a brick decorative element, which is similar to the thin walls, the vertical elements on the side, and soldier courses above and below those windows, with a decorative corbel cornice at the top of that building, which you can see here. On 8th Street, on the apartment typology, we broke up and we looked at a multitude of configurations for this project, both on MacDougal as well as on 8th Street, and we settled on this. This works well on 8th Street. We have an A-B-A rhythm on the facade, and then that further broken down to A-B-A and then B-A-B with gang and then A-B-A. Again, these are gang, 2 windows gang together, and you'll see that we work to create varying widths between those window groupings that range from 1'2" on the end to over 3 feet, and this is just under 3 feet in the center. And then at the base of the building, brick with the 2 retail entrances, and I'll talk a little bit about that corner. Here are showing 3 of those apartment typologies, and we sort of distilled some of those window patterns into an inspired for our building. Here's a rendered elevation showing the 2 entrances for the retail, the rusticate base. This retail also has an olive bulkhead and some of the other portions of the building on the MacDougal, which I'll show you. We have 2 over 2 windows here, as opposed to the 1 over 1 on the loft section, pointing around the windows, and a decorative cornice as well, which you can see here. One of the comments at the community board was about the slenderness of the corner column. We actually beefed it up from that discussion, as well as changed the articulation of the plate that the column supports at the corner, as well as detail for the capital and the base of that column, and the fluting is the same. It's a little bit larger, which I can show you on this sheet. So it's a 10-inch column with an 11-inch capital and base, and it's fluted, as you can see there. And so some of this detailing was not present at the time that we presented to the report. And then the upper floors, as I mentioned, pointing with the flat brick with the soldier boards recessed back. The windows are set back about 6 inches from the face of the building, and we have string boards that divide each floor and create a horizontal feed on 8th Street, which contrasts with the vertical feed on and then the four-bolt cornice, the decorative elements that line the piers. Here's a composite streetscape of the storefront detail on MacDougal, showing the varying heights of those storefront bulkheads and different colors. We have painted bronze tone and then gray on the corner. Here are the materials. On the loft building, we're showing a reddish salmon type of brick. The brick starts with 177, which is a rich red material, and then gets lighter as it gets to the corner. We're showing matching mortar on MacDougal, and as the end wall wraps around, we're using a contrasting mortar, and the mortar on the apartment facade is buff brick with a matching mortar. Those are the window colors, and this is the railing. Top of the building with the same color. The streetscape for the south elevation, or streetscape on 8th Street is here, with the north above, and then our block, which is the west side of MacDougal, and then across the street. You'll see that the heights along the south side range in the 40 to 50 range. Our building is at a little under 68 feet on 8th Street, but you do see directly across the street, this building is 100 feet tall, and the apartment buildings both on the corner 5th, on 8th, are taller at 60 and almost 90 feet there. And then the average height is somewhere between 50 and 60 feet for the rest of the building. And then on MacDougal, obviously, we have a very tall building on our block and right across the street that are, this building is just under 10. And then this is a roof plan just showing the setback. This is the wall that wraps around with contrasting mortar. This is the bulkhead that is in zinc. You can see that elevation here, and then the side wall of the loft building. And then here's a corner rendering, and then I will take you through some visibility studies showing the building in context. Rendering view of the north on MacDougal. And then the way these are set up is sort of existing on the left and proposed on the right. And there's a key plan here showing that we're looking west on looking east. This is looking west on 8th Street. You see the loft building popping out there. Here you can see that the visibility is very slight, just on the portion over that loft. That's the bulkhead of the elevator. That's it. I think we feel it's appropriate in terms of the overall organization, the massing, and the materials, and the reference to the
Do you have any questions?
One question. Is there an elevation that we could look at as opposed to the, that elevation?
on MacDougal,
Yeah, no.
8th Street.
Yeah, 8th Street.
That's 8th Street right there.
I'm sorry.
MacDougal. Yeah, have the same problem.
There you go. So are the sills of the windows in the two new buildings identical and the heads identical?
Yes, I would say, yeah, more or less. There's a slight difference maybe on the corner.
Any other questions?
I was just going to say the openings are articulated as being larger because of the recessed brick and the soldier course that surrounds the window.
Louisa Winchell.
Hello, Louisa Winchell from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. Regarding 177 MacDougal Street, by and large, the restoration work is welcome. However, we question the loss of the iron lattice work around the storefront. It dates to at least the 1960s designation and lends visual interest to the lower section of the building, which seems bland without it under the current proposed renovation. Additionally, the railing at the entry to the building would be better suited if its design drew on historic precedent for ironwork from the building's era. The facade at number 178 MacDougal Street is an interesting interpretation of a late 19th century log building. However, the design of the corner building needs further work. The facade along West 8th Street reads as monotonous, with the pattern of the windows reading as a simple ABA pattern, rather than as appearing as separated into three sections as the applicant's architect has stated. At this facade, the horizontal elements are proud of the vertical ones, which makes the building seem too horizontally oriented and accentuate the broad surface which already seems uncomfortably large for this location. The white brick adds to this effect and stands in stark contrast to the warm red brick at number 179 MacDougal. We feel that perhaps the use of a second brick color at the cornice of 38 to 42 West 8th Street would both break up the monotony of the West 8th Street facade and provide a stronger historic reference to the design. And we feel that the 8th Street facade should be given greater balance between the vertical and horizontal, and the facade should be given greater variation and broken up further. Finally, at this very intimately scaled intersection, visibility of any rooftop volumes is unnecessary and would be visually intrusive, especially when using materials like zinc as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie or Edie Solo.
Hi, I'm Edie Solo. In my brief statement, I'd like to say that I have lived on 8th Street since 1967, make that 52 years. And what I feel that this building represents is really nice on MacDougal Street. When it gets to 8th Street, it looks like a CVS. They proposed 2 stores where there are 8 stores, 8 small businesses. In fact, the mantra of this builder seems to be no small stores. They kept no charm of the original buildings built in 1937, and to finish it off, they have called the setback, the penthouse, they've changed the words. 6 stories is not 7 stories. 7 stories is 7 stories. It was my understanding, right or wrong, that 8th Street has a 6 floor limit. A penthouse makes that 7. So what I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff, Broadway Society for the Architecture of the City. We have questions about 177 MacDougal Street. Around 1960, a man called Murray Longshine decided to change his life by going into retail at 177 Street. Murray did not start by tearing everything to pieces. He moved right in with the Mexican architects that the previous owner sold. Didn't even change the paint. So the old sign still red lake. Murray installed a little counter to sell the antique jewelry that was his passion. The Greenwich Village harpsichord maker could buy a pair of lapis lazuli earrings there. Google tells us Louise Nevelson and Diego Rivera were customers. Shows a photo of Ursula Andress trying on among the sombreros. Then, Greenwich Village was a retail incubator, low rents, and quaint premises. Recently in the Times, Michael Kilman mourned the loss of Discophile and the 8th Street Bookshop, contemporaries, and later, Murray moved to another landmark, the magnificent 4566 Street building, and became jeweler to the stars, making the estate jewelry he loved fashionable again on Hollywood's red carpets. In 2005, he auctioned a few things at Christie's: Diana Vreeland's diamond cuff, Brigitte Bardot's wedding ring, sold his business for millions, and retired. The buyer, Ralph Maryland, ended up in jail for an amazing variety of crimes prosecuted by Ferrara. None of this would possibly have happened in the bland little slice of conformity proposed as the new storefront here. The historic alteration to be demolished spoke of the earlier configuration of the building with its areaway and twin parlor windows above. The frugal and characteristic renovation created two stores, one below, the other in the old parlor, entered through the vestibule, I have done it, to allow an enormous display window framed by the glorious excess of decorative iron, so fashionable in the once Odeon village. We find that the two new buildings are excellent, but we think that the application for 177 should be considered. And I have not done comparative research, but I don't think that this adds up. How things change in the sequence of events, because it's very documentable that Murray Munshine did not change the layout and entered through the vestibule. And I think there's more than one observation of this block in 1960s operation.
Thank you, Christabel. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a resolution from Committee Board 2, which recommends approval of the demolition of the existing building on the site. The overall design number 177, but on the 181, the building facing West 8th Street, they had some comments that the ground floor should have infill that has with a design that gives a central focus to the 8th Street facade and incorporates historic elements that are characteristic of the district. That the corner column be increased in width to support the visual weight of the upper floors, which has been addressed, and that the design of the upper floors and the ground floor reference the 20 to 25 foot module, and articulation that references the 25-foot module. The row height design as the So would you like to respond to your comments? I think you in particular talk about the fabric and configuration of the storefronts at 177. Any comments want to make about the West 8th Street articulation?
So I think as I pointed out, and was otherwise pointed out, the existing retail storefront situation at 177 all dates from the mid-1960s. That includes this conversion of these floors to retail and installation of this storefront. It also includes this addition application, sort of literally kind of tacked on off-the-shelf ironwork that I think sort of creates, sort of aligns crudely with the crude openings and with the openings here. I think that the proposal, if we call it bland, is another way to just say that it's fits in quietly. I think the appropriate materials. It creates an accessible, accurate entry, which is important. That's why the areaway is built in. I think I would also note, just in terms of the retail space on 8th Street, that I think this is shown in this sort of one large space, but I think it can be configured in multiple rentable spaces. So I don't think there's a specific proposal for only for a large store rather than small businesses. And I think, Morris, do you want to talk about the articulation of the 8th Street? I mean, I think one thing to point out about the streetscape is that while the north side of the street really still retains a lot of this like 25-foot module, this south side of the street, our block, is actually largely characterized by these sort of wider unified facades. These are wider buildings. These are two buildings that kind of reach out as one building. So I think that the coherent, larger facade is sort of appropriate for this immediate adjacent context. And Morris, I think, described the ways that the groupings and the piers were varied a little bit. I'm sure there's different ways to do that, but I think the general approach for a coherent apartment building facade for this building size type is good ways.
I would just add that we did look at a number of different options here. One where we even wrapped an L around of the loft building to here, but again, we just came back to this, which we felt was a coherent representation of this apartment typology.
Any other questions? No question. Okay, so if there are no other questions, we'll have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Who would like to start the discussion? Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is a really interesting application. It's interesting to me because I think that when we're dealing with really somebody who knows his way around landmark districts, and I think these buildings are very sensitively designed, with a lot of detail to them. But what makes it interesting for me is that it's not a simple application for me. The first part that makes it less than simple is the fact that the taxpayer that's on the corner site is not your garden variety crapola. He's a one-story junk that was thrown up for with no effort. It has actually some character. It reminds me a little bit more of the Hyatt building on 72nd and Broadway. It has some actual interesting architectural quality to it. This one has the key of polychrome brick. It's kind of an interesting building that's representative of its time. So even though I don't think that I think it's appropriate that it could be demolished, I think that it's not a no-brainer, and I think it merits, for me anyway, some pause. The second thing about it that makes it complicated is even though the buildings I think are very appropriate in a general historic sense, when I look at the streetscapes, I find that while I think the new loft building is appropriate in its height, given its context, I think that the gray building is a story too tall. I think that the preponderance of buildings on the south side of the street, with the exception of the white brick monster at far Fifth Avenue end, are no taller than 5 stories. I think that what happens across the street is even more convincing. That most of those are 4, with a few 5s and a couple of anomalies. But for me, the character of 8th Street has been of lower buildings that were converted townhouses for the most part. So the bringing over of this type, while it does exist in the area, I don't think it is typical of it. I would personally feel that the building in the corner should be just a story lower. I think that the law building is fine. And I kind of agree with the sentiment behind some of the testimony regarding the restored building 177. Part of the reason that the village is different than the Upper East Side or somewhere else is that it had a kind of brackish character to it in its day, and I think that even though the metalwork that was applied to the facade is not particularly high quality and probably just thrown up as it's been suggested, I think that it has I think that the applicant should try to work it in some manner by modifying it or retaining some of it, or doing something that holds on to a little bit of the history and doesn't genericize the building as it has been shown.
That's great.
I think a good application, and this is one, starts with a good premise. And I think the premise here is demolition of the existing taxpayers, and I accept Michael's pause for the one, but I could also accept that it's so altered that it can be demolished. The second good premise is to put back two buildings, at least visually, not one. And then renovate the third in the assemblage. I asked the question about the windows because it seems to me that they just line up a little bit too much. Perhaps working with staff, Morris can differentiate the sills slightly more so that the lie of the one building is not quite so apparent. I'm interested in, I hadn't thought of Michael's description of the corner building one story too high. I'd be interested to hear what other commissioners say. It didn't ring completely untrue to me that it shouldn't be lower, but I'm not sure it's not okay as it is. Leave that open to others to pursue. Now I want to approach the ground floor, both in testimony and in recent descriptions of those bland storefronts. You know, there's bland and then there's bland. And I think they're bland and they're not appropriate as quite as bland as they are. So I would urge this very talented architect to look a little bit more in ways of de-genericizing them. They are a bit generic, and just working a little bit more on that great Greenwich Village history of a little bit more variety.
So Ursula Andress and Sombrero, yes. And of course, one building down the old reminiscence, you know, it's the block. So I'm absolutely in support of some of the testimony about 177, but also agree with the approach, which is these three buildings on MacDougal, that makes sense to me. I think that the issue with the facade on 8th Street is not that it's too tall, but Fred, speaking of premise of the project, I think I disagree with the premise that thinks that this kind of cohesive apartment building, horizontal and continuous facade is appropriate for 8th Street. I don't see that. I clearly see the reference to the residential building on MacDougal Street, but this is 8th Street. And on 8th Street, there seems to be less of this kind of apartment building, continuous horizontal kind of frame. And so the question is how to return a verticality to it, or the old townhouse dimensions that would cut it vertically. I'm not so sure. I think though that would resolve the issue about the storefronts kind of over sense, but also I mean, maybe it's about what Lawrence brought up a moment ago, kind of returning that L to 8th Street in order to break up, to make it less horizontal. I'm not sure, but I just think it's actually not the appropriate response to 8th Street, a residential horizontal.
So I agree with pretty much what's been said previously, but I feel even more strongly than Michael Bassett about that taxpayer on the corner. I think that's sort of a defining building on that block. And I would think that it should be looked at to be trying to be incorporated into the building. I think that the character of 8th Street is extremely important, and even MacDougal, the whole area. And really, buildings are almost too polite for this location, and it can only address that eclecticism and there's, the history that is obviously there on the buildings. So I would urge trying to look at that taxpayer to maybe a long shot. Yes, John.
Okay, I agree with Fred on the, and others on the thinking harder about that storefront on 8th Street side. I hear the discussion about the demolition of the taxpayer, and I think 1937 often gets a bad rap. However, in this case, and this goes against what I normally do, I think it can go. On the other hand, I think that ironwork on the MacDougal side is getting too good a rap. And I'm happy to see it go. I hadn't thought about that floor, the top floor issue, and I was looking at page 45, and the height of it hadn't bothered me because in that perspective, I think on the right side there, it almost appears that the 3-story buildings are the same height as the 6-story building. And then maybe that's the way it actually does look when you walk down the street, but I think that's a little deceptive. I think it actually is substantially taller, and we really ought to give consideration to taking that down a floor. And then, of course, on the Ursula Andrews issue, being a big Kate Bond fan, gotta show respect there. Appeared in the very first 2 Kate Bond movies, including the Spook. So, it's very valuable to me.
Yeah. I definitely, I've spent a lot of time in this neighborhood. I live in this neighborhood. So I actually appreciate all of the pros and comments. I just want to start by saying that overall, I think this is highly successful. Not that doesn't need some tweaking, but it's just a really good job of taking these 3 parcels and exploring them, and overall turning them into 3 buildings that I feel are very sensitive to the neighborhood in terms of materiality, height, and this, what surrounds them. I'm going to start with the building on the corner because I know there's a lot of, there's not a lot about that. I do not think, although I appreciate everyone's perspective about saving that one story, I definitely do not think it's significant enough to say. But I think this building is kind of special. And at some point could be a building in the landscape that people really grow to love and feel that it melds quite well. I thought about should you take 1 floor off of this? But I actually think it's going to be a little too squat. It works really well on the MacDougal Street side, and I think it works well on 8th Street because I think the rhythm, if we could go back to that slide, on 8th Street, I think the rhythm of the windows and the brick between them helps really break up the mass in a nice way. I don't feel any heaviness above the ground floor, so I think it looks well, and I think it looks well. And I don't know what's going to go in from a retail standpoint on 8th Street. There's such a mishmash there that, number one, I'm not having a problem if something really larger goes in, if it works in terms of amenities to the neighborhood, which is actually lacking some restaurants and in this particular location. But I think that you might want to just think about the fact that maybe something smaller might want to go in there. And maybe there's an opportunity on 8th Street to divide up the retail so that there's some flexibility. I do also want to say that there's more height on 8th Street than we're noticing. There's a building on 9th Street called the Sheridan, 40 East 9th. And it has an entrance on 8th Street, and that is a tall building. And that somehow didn't show up here, but I feel like the height works. It's right, it's between University and Broadway. Okay, so then we move to the building, if we go back to MacDougal Street. We move to 179. I think Fred's slightly realigning the buildings between at 178 and 38 so that they don't quite line up perfectly is a good suggestion. I think the brickwork here is terrific also, and I like the change in color. So then when I get to 177, I think above the storefront is excellent, and I don't think we need to apply what was there before. I just think it needs to be a little different at the bottom. Maybe it needs a little more texture because it looks like it almost is supposed to relate to the building next to it, and it's not. Otherwise, I really think you've done a terrific job, and I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood in this location. And I don't feel on MacDougal Street that it reads heavy at all.
As far as the removal of the taxpayers, I'm okay with that, especially if I look back and see that hotel was actually rather attractive. And that, if that were in question, that were totally different ones, it wouldn't be much. But anyway, so I'm comfortable with removing these relatively modern buildings that I don't think have any real character that I personally think needs to be preserved here, this area in the corner. I think the height of the building is okay in the corner because it is a corner building. And typically we see larger, stronger buildings at corners, so that's not really wrong. So I'm okay with the height. I agree with some of the comments about trying to differentiate, working on the storefronts a little more, and also trying to differentiate the buildings from each other with some, in terms of the lining up the floors and maybe some demonstration diversity, which some of the people brought up. So I think there's a little more work on the ground floor and the differentiation between the buildings, kind of a little less generic.
pretty much in agreement with what Diane said also. I really love that hotel. And
Yeah.
frankly, I've been by this corner 100,000 times, and this taxpayer annoys me for some reason. So I won't cry to see it. Also, the building on the corner really passes the historic district sniff test for me in every way except, again, Morris Audrey's office always comes up with wonderful combinations of materials, and it just seems like the storefronts were given to a summer intern. And give me something that's a little more here at ease.
I think the design is very successful. The corner building looks like buildings we can see in many other historical districts, except for the farm, the first story. I agree that they work together, but there should be a little more differentiation on the sand color and the sand color building. I don't miss the other building disappearing. I remember going by it in the village, and it was kind of crazy to be there. And this is the design replacing it is so much better, and I think it works at that corner. And I don't mind the height. But yes, the ground floor at the entrance is still a little, at the corner is still a little, I think, because of this.
So I think, what I'm hearing are largely supportive comments for this project, and I think that, it's an interesting site. It's a site that had multiple buildings on it throughout its history as it evolved. Three row houses, the row house that was expanded, but then later the two taxpayers wrapped around each other. So there's always been this history of these kind of shared wrapping connected multiple buildings on the site. So I think that actually makes the proposal idea of articulating this building as two buildings even more appropriate here, in addition to the fact that it comes with the scale and the streetscape. I do think that most people are comfortable with referencing the apartment building typology and the height of the building on 8th Street. I think some people expressed some concerns about height or articulation or how it's articulated. I think that they're largely supportive of the approach. But I think I've heard around the table some comments about the storefronts and perhaps the modularity, but also the articulation would give it a little bit more of the eclectic the village, and that includes on 177 as well as the new building. So I think this is very close, and if we can come back with a few tweaks, we can. Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to the last item before lunch, item number 9, LPC 19-29452, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Borough of Manhattan, Block 617, Lot 32, 102 Greenwich Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District, a late federal-style house built in 1829. The application is to legalize the construction of a rooftop bulkhead without landmarks preservation condition.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Savvy, Broadway Preservation staff. This application is to legalize the construction of a rooftop bulkhead without landmark preservation permits at 102 Greenwich Avenue, which is located here on the east side of Greenwich Avenue between West Puff and West 13th Streets in the Greenwich Village Historic District. I'm going to go through this presentation pretty quickly so you can see what the proposal is. Here we are at the time of designation. And so here's that same view, and here's the bulkhead that was constructed without LPC permits. Just a view of it. This is where you can see it south of the building. And here are a few more photos. So here are the plans. This is the bulkhead here. As you can see, it's set back from the front facade here. And I'll get you some close-up photos of what it looks like from the roof. So it's sort of clad in this blue-gray roofing material, and if you have any questions, the applicant is here to answer them. Would you want me to take you back to where you can see it from the street?
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions? For Abby or the applicant? Yes, Michael.
Just said that these is waterproofing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is.
Do you want to address the material perhaps and what it is and why you think it's appropriate in this case?
Good afternoon, my name is Leonard from Leonard Design. So the material of the bucket is waterproof. It's like the material that they use for the roof. You know what? And the color is gray. Gray. So this is a minimum part of the roof that is visible from the street. The south of Greenwich, there is no visible for that view. We also use the same color for the window.
You're thinking of the gray?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we'll go to public testimony and we may come back to you. Louisa Winchell?
Hello, Louisa Winchell from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The numerous violations at 102 Greenwich Avenue were first brought to our attention over 3 years ago. It appears that there was a blatant disregard for permitting procedure, and the alterations themselves show a disregard for the historical integrity and architecture of this 1829 Federal Row House. The bulkheads are clad in an unsympathetic material, and the visibility of the southern one is completely unacceptable. We therefore ask that the Commission deny this proposed legalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bennett from the Historic Districts Council. The Greenwich Village Historic District is nearing its 50th anniversary. It is with tremendous puzzlement and violations occur in this district. This Greenwich Village Historic District are essentially synonymous in 2019. Further puzzling is the fact that 102 Greenwich Street continues to receive landmark violations spanning years. The Needle bulkhead is not only highly visible, it erodes the distinctly federal roof line that is a prominent feature of Greenwich Avenue. Finally, this is the third bulkhead sprout out of the top of this core building. Its construction materials are almost as good of a choice as it was to install a new interior door on the outside. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending denial of notice based on the visibility and materials. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
We are open for the possibility to change the material of the color, because our main goal is to keep the bulkhead. We created the bulkhead to provide access to the roof for the tenant of the apartment below. So if there is any option that we can keep the bulkhead and just change the material of the color, we are open to it.
Thank you. We have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye.
Change that material. And color.
Everybody agree? Yes. Approval.
By the way, the drawing itself shows stucco with metal coating. I mean, just because they ran out of gas, doesn't mean that they shouldn't do what they approved.
And I think otherwise it's tough between the two taller chimneys and in the context of other rooftop areas. It's really the material.
Sorry, just a question. It looked like there was a whole rooftop deck installed there. Was that done with permits and the bulkhead not?
No, that was not done with permits. Those are things that are, since they're not visible, and it's below the 11 feet, it meets all of the staff level rules to approve those bulkheads that were installed without permit.
Are there, the testimony suggested that there are other violations out there, is that the case?
That is true too, and those are being addressed at staff level. This was the only one that we can't improve at staff level.
So we're working with the applicant to address all of the violated conditions.
Is this the same owner who violated, or is it a different owner?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we can look at the,
We can find out.
dates.
It was 2015, I know.
Yeah, it seems they're relatively recent, in the last few years, I don't know if that much, and some other may even predate that. Say our conservation and enforcement staff are working very closely to get this property.
You need to wrap it up.
That answers your question.
The matter of a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan. LPC 19-29-452, 102 Greenwich Avenue, Greenwich Village Historic District. A light federal style house built in 1829. Application is to legalize the construction of a rooftop bulkhead without landmark preservation commission permits. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that none of the work damaged or destroyed any significant features of the roof of the building. The bulkhead is small in size and set back from the front facade, tucked between two large chimneys, and the bulkhead is only visible at a distance from public thoroughfares in the context of other utilitarian roof applications. However, I find that the blue-gray roofing material calls undue attention to itself in the roofscape. Therefore, I recommend that the cladding be changed to a brown finished metal or stucco, working with the staff to determine the appropriate material and color, and to help it blend in with the surrounding roof application.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Approve of that. So we'll come back then. Chapter 1.
Okay, commissioners, we're going to start up the afternoon session with item number 10. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Manhattan, block 554, lot 1, 770 Broadway, the NoHo Historic District. Renaissance Revival style apartment store designed by D.H. Berman Company and built in Frito, with an addition built in 1994-25. The application is to replace storefront and install.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Claren, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 770 Broadway, which is a Renaissance Revival style apartment store building located on a full block bounded by Lafayette Street on the east, East 8th Street on the south, Broadway on the west, and East 9th Street, also known as Wanamaker Place on the north. The proposal is to replace storefront infill and install a canopy at 3 bays on the north facade shown here in their current condition. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal in more detail.
Provided for the mic here, say your name for the record.
Okay, I'm just going to make a very brief introduction. My name is Kevin Daly, Kevin Daly Architects in Los Angeles. I'm the architect working with the tenant who is expanding its footprint in this building, and in fact has kind of overtaken the majority of the lease space in the building, and also overrun the current lobby, which is under the large canopy with its label 770. We really sought to make a very minimal intervention in the building, and we're working with DXA and HQ to help us put that in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm Cass Sackler, Gateway Space Arts and Partners. As Michelle said, the proposed work is for changes to existing storefront infill on the East 9th Street side of the building. It's these 3 bays, 1, 2, 3. There's no remaining historic material in those bays that are being replaced, and you'll see through the design why we feel it's an appropriate intervention to this really grand commercial building. Historically known as the Wanamaker Annex, it's located in the Novo Historic District up on the northern end of the district. It occupies the full block between Lafayette, Broadway, East 8th, and East 9th Street. This is a maybe more familiar view of the building on the left, 14-story Renaissance Revival building. It was built as an annex to Wanamaker's, which was directly to the north, and designed by Daniel Burnham. Some photographs of the base, the arcaded base, and then this main entry on the 9th Street side with this stainless steel canopy, stainless steel revolving doors at the main entry. The building, as I said, is 14 stories. It's got a huge footprint, and historically, the area of commercial space, retail space, was calculated in the acres in terms of the scale, which is sort of remarkable. Here's a ground floor plan with East 9th Street and Wanamaker Place on the top and 9th Street on the bottom. As I said, in terms of scale, it's 185 feet of frontage on Broadway and Lafayette, and about 335 feet of frontage on the north and south side. The area of work that we're looking at is here in blue. As Kevin mentioned, this is an expansion for a new lobby for the primary tenant of the building, and they'll be working these 3 bays right here. Those bays currently, as you'll see, are all blocked. You can't see into the interior at all. Now an overall elevation of the 9th Street side, again, these 3 bays here are the area of work. Some detailed photographs, again, working east to west. As you'll see in a few slides, there are a huge variety of ground floor infill types in this building. These 2 date to the 1960s alteration for a bank with later louvers above the granite infill, and then a separate generation of infill to the east of that. All non-historic infill. As I mentioned also, there's no connection from the sidewalk into the interiors at present, and that will be changed, so there'll be an enhancement and increase of transparency to the building's interior. A rendering of the proposed work. So new storefront infill in these 2 bays, metal and glass following the historic configuration and arrangement of bays, and then a new canopy and revolving doors for the main entry into the lobby. You see the stainless steel is being appropriated in its connection to the other infill along this building. We'll talk in a moment about sort of building type. Department stores, I think, are a particular building type on scale, but also in terms of the way they can accommodate canopies. Historically, they had numerous canopies, often for different functions, loading, for shopping entries, and we see this as sort of playing into that history. The existing plan, again, showing the 3 bays where work is, and you can see the partition walls behind the existing storefronts, and then the main entry currently here with this curving stainless steel canopy above. The proposed floor plan shows the reconfiguration of the interior, a larger lobby configuration for this primary tenant, which really is guided, and Wayne will talk more about this in a moment, but really guided by security needs on the interior, queuing and getting people to the upper floors of the building. So this will be a separate entry, and it will be used by 70-75% of the buildings, the entire building's occupants. A few photographs of different infill types around the building. So again, starting sort of up here on the northwest, I mentioned the bank infill for the 1960s with the pink granite and stainless steel doors. Coming around, there's the Bank of America that has a different generation of aluminum glass storefronts. Loading bays off the East 8th Street side. Historically, there were canopies over those bays. Kmart currently occupies the ground floor along this side of the building, so a separate type there with granite bulkheads and aluminum and glass infill with the louvers above. And then the main entry on 9th Street here with a stainless steel canopy and stainless steel revolving doors. Again, an existing photo. I'll point out that all these existing photos are taken from Google Street Views because there's a sidewalk bridge around the building, so it's very difficult to get good photographs without relying on these, which are circa 2017, 2018, they're pretty current. So again, these three bays are the areas that we're proposing working. Some historic images of the building. Wanamaker's moved or opened in New York, first in Philadelphia. They took over the T. Stewart building, which was on the block to the north in 1896, and then engaged Daniel Burnham to design the Wanamaker's Annex, obviously much larger, which was built in 1903 with an extension, second phase of construction in the 1920s. This is a view on the far left, looking due east from about this location on Broadway. And the area of work that we're talking about is here, historically, where there were canopies in that location generally, and then this fantastic bridge connecting the A.T. Stewart, the original Wanamaker's building, with Burnham's later building. A few historic photographs. This is looking now west on 8th Street. These are the canopies that exist over the loading bays in the back of the building, and then a 1930s photo of the overall conditions. A few early photos from 1913 illustrating the storefronts with these tripartite transoms and these very large plate glass windows with low metal bulkheads. A photo from 1960 at the time of the Manhattan Savings Bank and this corner, sort of overcladding limestone and pink granite at the corner of the building. And then a photo from the time of designation. Again, this is the area of work. And at the time of designation, there was a stainless steel canopy over the entry with the revolving doors, which was then replaced by the current canopy. We're not sure if it was under notice of review or CUA, but it's a landmarks approval canopy at the location. And before talking specifically about the design, we just wanted to touch on this sort of notion of department stores as a building type. This image on the far left is the Altman, Lord and Taylor, and then the 9th Street elevation of Wanamaker's. These buildings often had canopies of varying designs. Lord and Taylor both had canopies and awnings. And then these two images on the top illustrate the canopy that was historically on 9th Street at Wanamaker's, and then the presence, obviously, of awnings along the base of Wanamaker's as well. These three images across the bottom of the slide are commission-approved canopies that we've collected. This one and the far left are actually on department stores. This is something you saw last year. It was approved at the Lord and Taylor building. There were 4 similar canopies approved under that project. And this one, I think, is perhaps most relevant, a stainless steel, very animated canopy of B. Altman. And what's interesting about this one is it's sort of cropped out of this image, but about 5 bays to the west, there are other canopies on the building of a very different architectural language. So the idea that one can have multiple canopies and multiple versions and designs within one large-scale building, a particular department type, department store type, I think is an appropriate element as part of the project. With that, I'll have Wayne take you through the details of the design.
Hi, Wayne Norbeck from DXA Studio Architects. I'm going to just have these samples we can pass around. This is a stainless steel clad bar stock, and also a green color sample, which is the LPC approved window color that's consistent with the project. So this is going to go through a little bit more detail of the proposed design. On top, we have the existing configuration right here. So this is the sort of 1960s Manhattan Savings Bank configuration that overlaps Bay 11 and 12 of our proposal. We have the Hugh Hardy design located here for the main entry of the building. And then the sort of typical storefront infill, which kind of wraps around the Kmart side, and was actually included a sort of arch top expression, which has been replaced with more historically accurate tripartite configuration. And so a lot of varied conditions, as Cass mentioned. For our proposed storefront infill, one thing that we're trying to do is knit these together, sort of both from a historical perspective, but also in terms of relating to what's currently existing in the building. And to that end, we really wanted to establish a strong horizontal datum line here. It picks up on the marquee and also this kind of horizontal line, which is the top edge of the pink granite of the 1960s Manhattan Savings Bank. And then in more detail, zooming in, we have the existing condition on the left and the right. Here also, we're looking at bringing down the vertical articulation that's evident in the tripartite configuration. The original is plate glass, as Cass mentioned, was quite impressive, but it's also very costly and sort of prohibitive to, that would be about 16 foot wide piece of glass. So the other thing that we're doing is we're looking at reconfiguring some of the mechanical spaces. They're located on, this is actually the second floor of the building here. And so what we're doing is moving the mechanical bay over so we can frame what's going to become the entrance for this tiny lobby. So we have 2 louver bays, and that there's also a louver bay, which actually should be showing up here as existing as well, directly above. And then this is the line of the canopy, which picks up on that same horizontal expression. The other thing that we're doing is there is fluting, limestone fluting is added to this pilaster right here. And so we'll be removing that and restoring back to the original sort of flat limestone articulation. So going through in a bit more detail, Bay 10, which is the bay to the east, we have the sort of limestone bands already LPC approved 3rd floor reconfiguration, as we mentioned. And then the kind of dark aluminum and glass storefront infill. And there's actually quite a variety of bulkhead conditions around the building. In this case, it's masonry. So what we're proposing is to sort of keep all the original historic detail located here, add the louver as mentioned. This will be framed out of aluminum and glass storefront system profiles to match the Q Party lobby, which is consistent with the original profiles. That will be the Hartford green color, which is right here. And then add in a bulkhead, which is more consistent with the historical programs as well. Then the center bay, this is where the main entrance will be. So we're proposing here to include a revolving door, 2 passage doors, and then the canopy, which will be right here. This is the expression of the canopy, which already was shown in the rendering, is a very thin expression, about 5/8 of an inch on the edge. It gets thicker towards the back, just for structural support. But the idea is a very minimal expression for that. And then just simply glass located up here in this sort of transom level. The material in this bay we're proposing to be stainless steel, in sort of keeping with the Hugh Hardy main entrance, which also has stainless steel entrance doors and key. And also just sort of call this out as a special entrance to the building. And then the Bay 12, which is the bay to the west, very consistent with the Bay 10, similar, in that this would be aluminum painted green on Hartford. And then sort of walking through the sectional conditions, the existing, there's sort of building storage mechanical rooms located directly behind the existing storefronts. So we're going to open that up as much as we can. We'll be keeping the mechanical room up here. We're peeling the slab back, adding a small breakout room in this bay. And then this is the aluminum louver located up here, and also the aluminum painted storefront system with the bulkhead down below. The center bay is the main entrance. So this would be stainless steel frame glass system, which is custom designed. I'll show you details in a second. This is the canopy expression coming out. So it's very thin, 5/8 of an inch. I think as Cass may have mentioned, the canopy dimension that we're proposing is 10 feet out from the building. That actually matches the Hugh Hardy marquee. And we feel that that is appropriate given the amount of people that will be using this entrance in relationship to this entrance. Then we'll be integrating the sort of ADA push button intercom doorbell along the side of the limestone pilaster here. And then this is a stainless steel and glass revolving door, which leads into the lobby. And then Bay 12, very similar to Bay 10 in that configured. So looking at the plan in a bit more detail, on the left we have the existing condition. This is blocked off presently. And then we'll be opening that up with a very sort of thin, delicate stainless steel framework and glass. Then we have the revolving door located here, and then the canopy above that. And showing more detail, so this sort of flat stock stainless steel will be layered up and be about 2¼ inch profile dimension, which is shown here. So this is all a custom designed storefront. And then we're showing this kind of sectional relationship with the canopy coming into the transom piece with very thin sort of bar stock. Also integrated lighting, which you can't see from the sidewalk level, that will illuminate the underside of the canopy. And then the still condition here shown on the right. then the other two bays, in bay 10 and 12, we're using the painted aluminum frames, which have a U-shaped profile, which matches the UR also existing. There's a limestone piece here, jam, which was evident in the historic photographs, so that will be retained. And then the louver profile is shown here. There was a comment at the community board about sort of looking at a more decorative louver, but we felt that because this, and there is evidence in the building of using a more decorative louver on entry bays specifically, but we're actually using them to the side of each of the entry bays, and also they're located directly below already approved LPC louver from the third floor, so we're going to keep that language consistent. And then the bulkhead itself will be this kind of stamped aluminum, which will have a profile similar to the historic condition. So this is the rendering again, and just wanted to make points about why we think it works well in the context of the building. Number one, we're really trying to have a kind of restorative minimal intervention here. Number two, just trying to pick up on the data lines that already exist for part of the historic design of the building. And then in terms of material, really picking up on the Hartford Green, which is located in the bulk of the building, in the windows and the third floor that's already recently done. And also the stainless steel that is evident in entrances that are used for upper floor tenants. So we felt that was an appropriate use. And then in terms of the canopy itself, just that there's sort of historic precedent of the building to use canopies, and that we thought the scale and size was appropriate given that the number of people, probably 70-80% of the occupants in the building will actually be using this new entrance versus the existing entrance.
Are there any questions?
Just to clarify, there are at least 5 different entrances to this building, and each one of them is different. That's the case.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I assume that there's no plan or hope of a master plan for students in this building. This is a big building and would benefit out of this.
However, I think that any action today would then set the stage for future
correct.
applications that either come before us or choose to move this plan. Any other questions? We'll take public testimony. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this application? We have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval of windows, doors, and restoration and denial of the transom louvers and the canopy. So would you like to have any final comments before we close the hearing and open our discussion?
I think just the main points that we, at the end that we made to sort of address the community board, I think knowing that the amount of people that will be using this entrance, it's also a tenant that prefers to remain very anonymous, so that there's no signage that's proposed for the building. So being able to call out entry is very important, but of course we want to keep that in keeping with the historic nature of the building.
Motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Any thoughts? I think in general, the storefront configuration is consistent with what's immediately adjacent to it and could set the stage for a master plan in the future. Finish seems also appropriate given the context. So I think that the main question is the stainless steel finish and the canopy. I think that there's precedent on buildings of this type have different types of canopies and entrances. And I think this one is so modest that it won't compete with or distract from this very large facade. Okay. Yeah, great.
In the matter of 770 Broadway, a Renaissance revival style department store designed by D.H. Burnham and Company and opened in 1903 to 1907, with an addition built in 1924 to 1925. Application is to replace a storefront, infill, and install new canopy. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Noble Historic District. I further note that the main entrance marquee was installed in 1999 prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features or diminish a significance of later alteration added over time. That the removal of the applied roofing will return the building space closer to its historic appearance. That the proportions and design and metal and glass materials of the proposed storefronts will control the character of the historic storefronts and closely match the modern storefront infill found elsewhere in this building. That the tripartite divisions of the storefront will relate to the predominant vertical mullions at the second floor, level windows helping to support the unity of the building space. That the proposed refinish of the storefront will match the predominant color of infill throughout the building, helping to reinforce a unified treatment of the building facades. That the revolving door at the entrance infill will be set back from the building facade and therefore will not create an atypical projection beyond the plane of the remaining storefronts of the building. That the building is monumental in scale and historically featured a variety of canopies, awnings, and marquees. Therefore, the presence of a canopy seen in conjunction with the predominant building entrance marquee will not overwhelm the building. That the proposed brushed stainless steel canopy will be simply designed and will match the material of the modern marquee at the main entrance. That the integrated lighting at the canopy will be subtle and present and will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Next up is item number 11. This is LPC 19-32223, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 527, lot 92, 29 Downing Street, Village Historic District Extension 2. The row house built in 1829 and later 1870, 1920, and 1924 as well as garage and studio with vernacular features. The application is to alter the facade and replace the new building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolyn Kasher, Preservation staff. The subject property is located on the north side of the street between Bedford and Greenwich Streets. So a little bit of history on this building. This was originally a two-story brick house built circa 1829 that was later altered with the construction of a third story new brick facade. This is around 1870. It was again altered in 1920 with the installation of a garage and new window openings, and then a few years later, the second and third floors were converted to apartments. So here's a current photo of the building, and here's the building at the time of designation, basically untouched since then. So the current condition can be seen here, in which new infill consisting of multi-light doors and transoms were installed at the garage opening, along with regular features. You see here the cement transom bar, ceramic tiles with cement light fixtures on the ground floor, and casement windows, at the upper floors, and then the entire facade painted in that same color along with the infill. And this most likely happened after the building was bought in 1977 by owners who converted it to a residence and artist studio. And this proposal is before you today, which includes removing and replacing all these alterations from the late 1970s, installing ground floor infill and windows at the upper floor with new infill windows that will be close to the condition that you see here in the 1940s tax photo. The ground floor will feature wood and glass infill with crosswalk doors, clear and spindle glass, some vertical metal muntins, and multi-light wood transoms, the wood finish and sign panel here. The windows at the upper floors will be 2/2 wood double hung windows with a wood finish. And just to let you know that this proposal is being presented for your review because of the presence of artists living in this historic district since the early 20th century, and more recently the artists that lived in this building. The contribution of artists in general is part of the significance of this historic district, and staff was not able to approve this proposed work. So we have the architect, Leonard, who is here to discuss this proposal in more detail and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So thank you for the introduction to this session. I'd like to develop a little bit on this initial statement that we're proposing a restoration to the state of the building that, as it was found right after it was erected, a 3-story brick building in 1925. And that was the tax order. So that's the historic district here. Downing Street is like the designated portion of Downing Street that they all know, like it's like a block and a half here, like it's a very short street designated. And in that street, there's 4 actually like significant examples of old garage. And stables, garage, white doors, and I go back to it. That street was really a service street to the other street, and was like a lot of, and we believe the character of the street is predominantly marked by the presence of all those old carriage houses. So to go back to that state and reinforce the character of the street, like we do propose to remove the infill of the storefront and the residential access door, which is the extent of the bricks it sits in. This is the proposal here. And I think, just go back here, every move we propose here is really directly based on the 1940 tax docs photos that we found. Except the glass infill in the storefront here, which is something that the current owner would like to pursue. This is the current plan of that storefront. We're going to start covering the ground floor here. This is the current plan for the storefront. This is the proposed plan for the storefront and the replacement of the residential door here. This is the current condition of the storefront here, and then we see that we stayed within the extent of the big infill and insert that design, which is a replica of the design we found on the tax photo.
You said that the door on the left is spandrel glass, and then the middle door is glass panel. Is there a difference between the two? Is one of them solid and one of them clear or something?
I think that explains.
They're all the same?
They're all the same, yeah.
Can you see through them? Are they opaque? What's the kind of that?
Like, the idea for the moment is to see through them,
okay.
To bring in more light to the space, which is
clear glass.
Yeah. Homogeneous clear glass because there's 3 proposed panels or 2 guys. So like the proposed door is going to be consists of like one garage door, double panel, and swinging in, and then an egress door for the pedestrians, and then like the setback of the storefront corresponds to the 18 inches maximum that we can encroach on the street once the egress door swings out. We also propose 2 like upshoot lights here that are going to be embedded into the new concrete that is already poured in front of the storefront. This is the section that we proposed. So like we have the multi-light section at the top, replicating what we have in the tax photo, and then the in-swing door for the garage here. We also proposed to a restoration of the signage panel here that would cover the I-beam at the top on which the building sits at the top of the brick building at the storefront. Going back to it in a second. We also proposed to restore the residential door. That this is the current metal door with two lights at the top. Proposed to restore it in wood, clear wood, with a multi-light panel that we slightly see on the tax lot photo here. Also, there has been an infill of bricks at the top of this here, like at the top of that existing door that we'd like to remove to find the full height door, and then the building doors at the top. This is the current condition of the storefront, and this is the proposed condition. So you see the residential door here, the storefront, signage panel, and then all the info clean, like well, we're just going to go back there in a second. Regarding the signage panel, the hooks for the old signage panel are still in place on the facade, and we're just proposing to slide in, to respect that dimension, and to slide in the new signage panel within those hooks. Again, that's regarding the signage panel. For the moment, it's a placeholder. No marking proposed on it. Just the placeholder panel. Like this is the dimension we offer, which we try to go as close as possible to what we expected from the tax lot photo. And then this is the lentil stone that is going to be restored at the top of the residential.
To the extent you can determine it, are the components of your new proposal the same as the dimensions in the original historic tax photo? I know you can count bricks and the like, but are they mostly the same?
Yeah. Like we counted bricks, and then like I think that's a comment that we have at the community board as well. That we really try to respect, like based on the photo, like the dimensions that we find. And if you find discrepancy, we will adjust it to match it as much as possible.
Thank you.
So this is we propose clear wood for all those images of residential, entrance door and the storefront. Glass, and then this is we just simulate the curbstone color for like just the pavement in front of the storefront that we're moving forward. So now we'll just move on to the upper portion of the building. Here, like the tax lot photo, and then like this is the current condition. So we see that now we have like two we have basements here, and then we go back to double, 2-on-2 double windows, proposing clear wood to match the intent of the storefront, and for homogeneous food processing. This is the ground window and the proposed. This is within the brick opening that, we're replacing that for the dimension of the brick opening that it sits in. And this is the smaller window here. So we have slightly different dimensions. So the upper window, then the second floor, and then we have the small window here that we're going to replace in the same style. So this is the wood windows, exposed clear wood windows with the details that we developed to match as much as possible the original in the center design with preservation. And so that gives you now a clear picture of the different components that we move and infill in the building. This is the wood windows, I say that, but it would be clear wood as well. So now regarding the paint color is the only aspect that we're proposing to not go back to exactly exposing the brick as we see on the backside photos. There's a lot of the brick has been installed from the inside. You can see like ribbon in the railways, and also has been replaced. This is like at the top here, right before the cornice, and then has been replaced also in certain portions. Just like exposing that brick would just reveal those discrepancies between the existing brick and then like the everything that has been altered since then. So what we propose is always in that spirit to try to go back as close as possible to the historical evidence that we found to paint the facade brick color. And so we would just repaint the cornice like into a charcoal color. Repaint the stone lintels into color, and we'll use the reference just in a second, and then just to paint the overall facade with this brick color. So that's the reference. It's a very slight gray for the lintels, and then the facade paint. That's the reference. That's how to paint. So here it's just like to wrap up. Like I talked a little bit about the history of that street. This is like the designation stops here, and like here we see actually like even if we zoom out a lot more from the Broadway that's like there's multitude of the X mark the stable and garages in that street. There's a multitude of those like in the short segment of the street, like bigger concentrations that we could find, like in the area, even if we were to zoom out quite a bit. And so here is going down the street. This is at the time it was still a wood construction. This is from 1911. The next owner in 1925 will start to take the wood two-story building into a three-story building and turn it into a carriage house himself. So what we offer is to bring clearly one more X on the map here to reinforce the carriage house and the character of what we found is important in that street. These are the different photos of the different X's that we found. You can see some horse, like like details, heads, like the garage, inscriptions at the tops of the buildings. And this is the iCard of 1925, shows the garage of 5 autos here. And that's like the continuation that is still used as a garage. So that's the proposed design, and a little bit more to that here.
Yeah, it just is a curiosity about the, in between the 1940 photo and maybe, I don't know, the 60s or something, when there's this strange kind of, looks like skulls or something that were added to the, I'm just curious about what it was. 70s?
Yeah.
And what was it, some kind of, to do with some, I'm talking about, yeah, that odd kind of.
Oh, okay, so that's,
if anything, I'm just curious.
yeah, like this is, like this cement transom with sculpted cement face on it. And then it's like 4 bay windows. This is an infill, I think the owner altered himself a lot of the design. Yeah.
The owner made the changes.
Yeah, the owner made the
I think, I'm just curious what it's, if it's related to something they were doing in the storefront or something.
Well, I think that's part of his activity. He was an artist, so and he did put some of the imprint of what he was doing inside the studio. He was using the commercial garage as a studio for a while, and so like he designed all that thing here, which I think you can see. Yeah, you can see a little bit more here, like those look like just little faces.
Yeah, it's pretty intuitive. I'm just curious about what it was, because it's a little bit unusual.
Yeah, it is.
Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak? I do 2 have Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The proposed scheme is attractive and a smart resolution to a historic tradition and a present-day desire. And the first story and upper stories bear no conflict. But as we consider and curate the built environment of the past, there's always a discussion of layers of history. The artwork of the storefront lintel and the design second story should be retained to memorialize an era when artists still lived in Greenwich Village, and in this case, actually left behind a physical mark. The design reflects the residence of sculptor John Bennett, and its presence nods to a more creative era of which this neighborhood is globally known for. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this application? Okay, so Manhattan Community Board 2 sent us a resolution, and they recommend approval of the application. Do you want to respond to the testimony?
Yes. Actually, I met Leonard, like the former owner. He's a very, very nice person. I think his body of work is a little bit more in painting than in sculpting. But also, I think the district, and you know it a lot better than I do, but I think the district marks a lot of artists from the beginning of the century. He came in the building in the 80s, and now it turned into like something that is artistic, but not exactly for the style or like the period that is known for the district. Therefore, you know, after like the current owners, like those faces, like they are just people have different looks at those faces, and so that's.
Thank you. Are there any final questions for the applicant before your testimony? Any motion to close the hearing? Second, all in favor? So any thoughts about this application? I think it's sort of taken a period to look to, and it's going to be very true with the exception of incorporating some glass with the overlay and finish.
Yeah, two things to note. First of all, the use of a natural finished wood is a little unusual. It's inappropriate. I mean, but I certainly understand others who would feel that it would be. But it is unusual for the window finishes. I think it's okay. I think the only thing I would ask the applicant to do is to look a little bit. I mean, from what I can tell of these doors, which is the main feature here, is basically you have like a steel framed door with a wood applique or a wood frame. I would just ask them to look at the depths with the staff a little bit and make sure that they're chunky enough that it doesn't look like some kind of thin little veneer applique, and that it has the kind of meat and heft with the original door staff.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure it's appropriate to have wood shown through. I mean, I appreciate looking at the staff, I would say, approve this, but I can't remember seeing wood frame without paint in historic districts and carriage houses or. That seems odd to me. And I'll just point out, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. The proportions are all different in the two. I presume photographs. Or is the middle one not a photograph? They're all lining up differently, like follow the void ratio of all the windows. They're all off. I mean, it's crazy. Is that's a rendering, right? Not a photograph. Okay. Well, it's very inaccurate.
The proportions are accurate in line elevation. That's a more accurate way to do that. How do others feel about the wood finish of the windows and doors?
Would it be then black instead of white?
You're saying that the wood should be painted?
Yeah.
It's natural.
Well, I think, in the tax photo, it looks like it's a dark color.
Yeah.
So I think there are two windows from the original 1870 period. Darker colors as opposed to more. Yeah. The actual color.
see out the windows or everything?
Everything.
Regarding 29 Downing Street, the application is alter the facade and facing. I know that the building style, scale, and service details and features and activities that the excuse and diverse, structural, and historic character of the Greenwich Village Extension 2. A further note, the building was originally built as a two-story frame house in 1829. It was altered approximately 1870 with the construction of a third story in the third facade. Again altered in 1920 with the installation of the rod and new window openings, and in the 1920s by the conversion of the second and third floor to apartments. I recommend approval of modifications finding that the removal of the existing unit of the ground floor windows at the upper floor cannot eliminate significant historic fabric of the special windows, but while this historic district contains some significant early 20th century restorations that have built around the village history as artistic enclave, installation of the existing decorative cement transient bars, ceramic tiles, decorative flashes, cement light fixtures, and other phenomenal occurred in the late 1970s, and therefore not representative of large influx of artists who reside and work in this and neighboring districts of Greenwich Village during the early 20th century to late 1960s, or the types of architectural features typically associated with them. The proposed work is the facade, including the installation of a new garage opening with 2/2 metal double-hung wood windows, installation of a wood sign panel, and the repainting of the facade in metal and some elements to match the historic underlying masonry will return this facade closer to its approximately 1940 appearance. That the proposed wooden glass window consisting of cross-buck doors featuring clear and standard clear glass, vertical metal lines, multi-light wood transfers, and wood finish will evoke the historic and wood transfer influence of the design configuration, and the proposed alterations will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and Village Historic District Section 2. However, I recommend that the windows at the second and third floor and the exposed wood finish elsewhere be painted rather in a dark painted finish, and that the applicant work with staff to find a depth of details in the new wood doors.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Approve of that modification.
Next up is item number 12, LPC 19-29276, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 822, Lot 23, 17 West 20th Street, in the Ladies Mile Historic District, an early 20th century commercial style converted dwelling, 1952, altered by Berlinberg and Liftog in 1920, other than alterations. The application is to modify the street dimensions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Winnie Child, Preservation Staff. This item is 17 West 20th Street, located on the north side of West 20th Street, between 5th and 6th Avenue in the Ladies Mile Historic District. The proposal before you today is to modify infill at the central recessed residential entrance located in the center here, and at the westernmost storefront here. The proposal includes shifting the plane of the residential entrance forward and dropping the step to allow barrier-free access into the building. By shifting the residential entrance forward, the entrance of the westernmost storefront will have to be relocated from the return of the recessed residential entrance to the street-facing facade of the building. The applicant is proposing to remove modern cottage to re-expose the westernmost brick pier and align the westernmost storefront opening with the opening of the easternmost storefront. Due to the changing in location of the storefront entrance, a step and railing will have to be added to the westernmost storefront. The applicant is here to present the proposal and answer any questions.
Stephen Troy, John Peachy Architects. So it's a 6-story office building. The occupancy is all office for the 2nd through 6th floors, and then there are 2 eating and drinking establishments on the 1st floor. The ground floor includes 2 storefronts with the lobby entrance in the center that's recessed. So our scope of work in this application is just the west storefront and the main lobby entrance. We are legalizing the building for commercial use, so because of this, we have to comply with ADA requirements. So our proposal is, instead of installing a ramp on the exterior of the building, we want to, so the first floor right now is 7 3/4 of an inch up. So our proposal is to drop the step, have them enter in at ground level, and then have a ramp on the interior instead of the exterior. So because of this, we do drop the step here. We do have to pull the doors out to make space for the ramp and turning radius at the bottom of the ramp. And then since we are pulling these doors out, the existing entrance to the west storefront is in this alcove, so we are relocating that out to the west storefront. So you can see the scope of work is here. This is the new lobby entrance and the west door.
Question for you, how are you going to get the ADA by on your retail door?
So I have that in plan. I'll get to that. So these are the existing conditions. The step is 7 3/4 inches. This is the main lobby entrance, the existing entrance, and then this is the entry into the west storefront. So this is the proposal for the building entry. The step gets removed, the floor gets dropped. This is a newer, larger entrance. And then the colors proposed are black, just matching the existing black, and also the context. There's several other buildings that have black storefront frame and dark shades of gray. And then this is the proposed new storefront with the step and handrails and the new entry on the west side.
That's not going to be the ADA entrance?
No, this is not the ADA entrance. The ADA entrance is on this side. So this is the existing plan. This is the current entry. So this step gets removed, and then in the proposed plan, the step is here. This is the entry into the west storefront at the first floor level, and then this is the entry into the east storefront. So you enter at right here, the ramp goes up to the first floor level, and then you can enter into those spaces. And here's the plan of the new entry doors. This gets pulled out about 1.5 feet, and still leaves 3 feet of recess to try to keep the recessed form on the ground floor. And this is the plan of this new storefront. This comes out, step 11 inches, and the whole thing comes out about 3 feet. So after going to community board, the design for the west storefront was changed. They wanted more horizontal symmetry between the east side, so we did drop the glass down to match this glass line. And then we did have the transom extend all the way across, similar to this side. And then, as mentioned before, there's existing brick behind this pier, which is covered by wood panel and aluminum currently, and that would be restored onto this pier on the west side. That's just the new entrance. The section of the entrance shown. So this is a 7 3/4 inch height that gets dropped. The new door. And the sections. These are some buildings around the area that have about the same scale and size, with the same similar storefront design with the black aluminum and glass glazing. This is 26 West 23rd Street, and this is 35 West 20th Street. Questions?
Are there any questions? Take public. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic District Council. It doesn't all go in a proposed design
draws inspiration from a corporate client like Verizon. More studies needed for this particular one that tries to appear like it's in the Ladies Mile Historic District, which is known for its exuberant storefronts. While storefronts in New York are essentially ephemeral, cycles of change permit building elements to evolve into a form more appropriate to their historic settings. The next intervention here should serve as a model to move this entire ground floor in the correct direction, not to merely sell it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we have a resolution from Community Board 5 recommending approval of the application. All right, are there any final questions? Did you want to respond to those comments at all?
I mean, we don't propose any signage similar to Verizon. It's supposed to be a drinking establishment, so the design would be exactly commercial. And there are several other storefronts besides. I think that's a wrong choice to put in the presentation, but there are several other storefronts other than Verizon that have a similar black storefront.
We have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye. I think we tried to address barrier to access in the now on the exterior. So I
think that if we go back to the historic image, I mean, the only thing I would suggest is that there's an awful lot of black painted panels between the header and the top of the storefront. It looks like we have, I assume it's little leaded glass transom pieces there, which we saw were recently reviewed, used in a relatively new project a few years ago at West Side, other places. So I think that's something that was a little bit closer to that. I mean, I understand the community board wanted to kind of make the right side look like the left side, but I think that our job is to really take a longer view and try to bring it a little bit back to this, where there was symmetry, but there was also a lot of
So going back to the car, restoring the opening.
This just seems like a very fussy set of transom bars and cheapo doors with an awful lot of painted metal products.
No, I was just going to say that I think it's good that they're doing the photo team. So it's such a small storefront, it's an economic creative to be able to see some of the places we can have the accessibility about on street furniture. So I think that's a plus.
Great. Okay, so I think we can approve it with the modification of keeping the opening at its original size and working out the portion of details. Yeah.
Matter 17 West 20th Street, Ladies Mile Historic District. An application to modify the storefront entrance. I recommend approval based on finding that the work was all in there. That the new infill will replicate aspects of the historic ground floor of the buildings to display the style and age in terms of transparency, reducing compositional elements. That the new storefront infill will align with the height of the base of storefront infill, helping to unify the infill at the base of the building. That the removal of the modern cladding of the storefront infill will reveal the existing masonry here and turn the base of the building closer to its historic heritage. That the proposed change to the ground floor infill continue with the historic color of the building style and age. The proposed set of the storefront is equivalent to these types of installations placement material in the town of the storefront building style and age. The removal of the step and shifting forward and plane of the residential areas will allow for accessibility without eliminating any significant historic fabric and historic sidewalk. The applicant will work with staff to refine the configuration
accepting item number 13, LPC 19-31963, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1205, Lot 315 Central Park West, on the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. Neo-Renaissance style of building designed by Charles Rose. They built 1911 and 12. The application is to modify the mechanical bulkheads at the roof.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Gagan, Preservation Staff. This item is 315 Central Park West, located at the corner of West 91st Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to modify 3 existing elevator bulkheads at the roof. The Commissioners are reviewing this proposal today because the enlarged bulkheads will be more than minimally visible on public thoroughfares. 2 of the existing bulkheads indicated on the plans as A and C. This is A and this is C. Are for residential elevators, and bulkhead B is for a service elevator. The Commission will note that the existing service elevator and one of the residential elevator bulkheads A are currently visible over the rear facade. The proposal involves vertically extending the 3 elevator bulkheads by approximately 10 feet to allow for new machine rooms and elevator overrides. The tallest proposed bulkhead is the service bulkhead, which is currently about 22 feet tall and will rise to approximately 30 feet, close to the height of the existing water tank at the roof. The other residential elevator bulkheads, currently approximately 11 to 12 feet tall, will rise to approximately 20 feet. The proposed extensions will have flat roofs and be finished in a buff-colored stucco, and metal stairs are proposed to access the new machine rooms. So here you can see the existing and proposed south elevation on West 91st Street. And here are the existing and proposed east elevations along Central Park West. And the existing and proposed rear elevation, which is visible from 91st Street. The proposed plans and existing and proposed sections here depict the new mechanical equipment and upgraded elevator cabs. Here are photos showing the mock-ups of the proposed extensions as viewed from within Central Park. And these images also show the visibility of the proposed extensions over the rear facade from both West 91st Street and West 92nd Streets. The rendering you see here in the top left shows the proposed extensions. The existing bulkheads are currently finished in a full stucco with metal skylights, and the new extensions will be in a buff-colored stucco with flat roofs. The applicant is here to further discuss the proposal and to answer any questions.
Hello, this is Ron Coco. Actually, we have reduced the height back down to 9'1" above the existing flat of the wheel room. These are top traction elevator machinery. The current machinery located in the cellar is a rather antiquated barrel system. It is no longer made parts for it. It is no longer salvageable, and it's on its last leg. The elevator cabs themselves are rather small. One is 4 feet by 4'7", one is 4'6", one is 4'11", and the service elevator, the largest, is 4'11" by 4'11", with 2 setbacks at the rear, making it less than 4'11" in width at the rear, and it has a height of 76, which is way too small for us to use There is an issue of the override, which will be basically we're taking the wheel room which exists now and using that as the override, with a reduction for a steel structure and then a concrete overlay on that particular section of that. So the actual, and there may be a way of squeezing, I have not gotten a firm answer from the elevator company, but there may be a small way of squeezing an additional few inches out of it. But it is 9'1" above the current point, rather than the 10 foot proposed originally.
So are these providing access to the roof?
The service elevator currently has access to the roof. 2 passengers will not. They will stop on the 12th floor. There will be an override for the machinery, and then the actual machinery.
The thing that's making it so much taller
Is the machinery. Which in actuality is, if it's an addition of 9'1" from the skylight peak, it's a 7-foot addition from its current peak. And the water tower is visible from Central Park. Currently, although the machinery is not, the wheel rooms are not.
Would you just describe again the sheathing?
The sheathing is actually, the current sheathing of the wheel rooms and most of the parapets are a somewhat salmon-colored stuff. What we're proposing is that we rid ourselves of that salmon color, which is more visible. I believe the coloration was a mono this, which is a historic color, which approaches the color of some of the buildings adjacent to it, both to the south and to the north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I would,
Okay, and the first photograph, can you just say which one is the service elevator and which is the passenger?
The one adjacent to the water tower is the service elevator, and that is the tallest one.
And the other 2 are passenger elevators?
Both
and
passenger.
both serve the entire building?
They serve the 12th floor, yes. It's divided into 2, there's 4 apartments per floor, there's 2 mini vestibules on each of them.
So, but one elevator doesn't serve all 4 apartments?
The service elevator services the rear entrance to all 4 apartments.
Are there any other questions? Public testimony? Michael Fieldman?
My name is Michael Fieldman. I live at the Arts Lane. Michael Fieldman, senior partner of Michael Fieldman Architects. I live next door to 315 The Arts at 320 Center Park West. And to the full disclosure, I have a penthouse apartment with 4 views, so I don't even look onto the roof of this building, so I'm not here to argue that my view or my light, whether anything is blocked. I want to make a comment, a very brief comment about the design, but just to recall, when you think about New York City, there are at least three major avenues which are known to a world at large, I guess. Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue, and Center Park West. And fortunately, Center Park West has not suffered from the rather disgraceful architectural interventions that one sees on Fifth Avenue and Park Avenue. So we have been spared. In terms of this particular project, some of you know a little bit about my background. I was the design architect for the new police academy on College Point. I did the inaugural school on Roosevelt Island for the SCA, another school on Amsterdam, 152nd. I bring that up because all our work has been very concerned with roofs, roof penthouses, and what people see from the street or from adjacent buildings. And I think these drawings and images that have been put forward here show that this intervention, as it were, does not disappear, but is rather prominent from many aspects, both from Center Park West, the neighborhood apartments number 2, and certainly from the park. And there is a detail here that the floors in this particular building have a higher floor-to-floor ceiling than adjacent buildings like the El Dorado or the Ardsley. And therefore, if you were there, you would know that the 16th floor in the Ardsley looks into the 12th floor of this particular building. And when you put this construction on the roof, it doesn't meet the 33 to 30% override. It is an extraordinary intervention. And although it doesn't affect me personally, I do feel that from the point of view of landmarks, it doesn't really belong, and there are other solutions. We consulted, probably a lot of you know, Tom Nelson, VDA, MacDougal Elevator Company, and he came up with possibly other ideas without the usual 16-foot with the override plus a 10-foot penthouse, which is what the drawings show, and to work with the drum gears to probably provide a geared traction system in the existing basement, because if I were a developer, and looked at this, the extraordinary cost of a crane, demolition on the roof, new construction, new steel, new power, new HVAC, and new roofing, the cost would be extraordinary above what it would be to examine the existing elevator machines in the basement and work with the new geared traction systems. So from my point of view, as an architect, and understanding the resonance that the Landmarks Commission does have, I would hope that this particular design would not be approved, and instruction to the developer, the architect, the owner of the building, the rental building, that a new discovery be examined with elevator consultants to see what can be done with existing machineries in the basement so that we don't have this particular kind of occurrence.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Next speaker is Evan Steen, followed by Kelly Carroll.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time. I live in the El Dorado, which is the building directly south. My apartment faces north, and I look down on top of the roof. I've lived on the Upper West Side for 35 years and 15 years in my current apartment. And one of the many reasons I chose to live on the Upper West Side is its rich architectural history. So you know a large part of it is the landmark, including all of Central Park West from 62nd to 96th Street, including three very well-known buildings, the El Dorado being one, the Beresford, and the San Remo. I myself have proposed before this commission some changes to air conditioning in my window and my terrace, and I was rejected for the very specific reason that I cannot put something that will alter the view from the street or the park. This proposed construction not only alters it from the street, it alters it from Central Park as well as Columbus Avenue. That is a direct violation of the code, and this proposal should be absolutely rejected. Lastly, I'd point out that if you allow something like this to go through, there are many classic buildings. This building, I believe, was built in 1912 with a flat top roof. And if you approve a construction such as this, I am sure that you will have many other people who are residents of buildings along Central Park West or the Upper West Side in a historic district coming along and making proposals like this. Again, this violates the code. You can see it from the street. You can see it from Central Park. You can see it from Columbus Avenue. Many people have made proposals that have been rejected before this committee before because of that simple rule, and this too should be rejected.
Kelly Carroll. Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Pretty much saying the same thing. We understand the purview of LPC, and therefore we consider the effects of these bulkheads from Central Park West and the park itself. Three large outcroppings that are visible from both of these locations seems excessive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we do have a letter from Landmark West suggesting the applicants modify their application for nominal impact. And we have received 13 letters from the neighbors at 300 and 320 Central Park West in opposition. Would you like to respond to the comments? I think maybe speak specifically to the visibility.
There is no visibility from Central Park West. There is visibility from the park, and there is visibility from mid-ground on 92nd and 91st, because the school occupies that area, which is a very low building. You do have visibility in the same notion from a portion of the cross street on Columbus at 91st and 92nd as well. We don't deny that visibility. I do not believe that it is a code issue not to add this. I believe we're at public hearing because any visible additions goes to public hearing, and there's not necessarily sanctions within the code that are appropriate, depending on the common code.
Can you address the comment about VDA and other options?
My understanding from our elevator company, which is Centennial Elevator, is that the bays, because again, once the elevator cabs are rather small, and antiquated. The current machinery cannot be upgraded. It would have to be a new bottom traction elevator, and it would reduce to some extent the size of these already small elevators.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so, just to clarify the commission's review, the staff can approve minimally visible mechanical equipment on buildings in historic districts, and the reason this is before us today is because it exceeds the definition of minimally visible in the rules. And then the commission does evaluate visibility, and depending on the circumstances, which facade you're seeing it over, and what distance you're seeing it at, do you see it in the context of other rooftop accretions, the commission has approved some visible mechanical equipment. And again, it really is sort of looked at on a case-by-case basis. So just to be clear about that, just because it's visible doesn't mean it's inappropriate. So having said that, though, let's look at this application. I think that there is visibility from the park, but it is at a great distance. The photo down here is a zoom view.
Correct.
And then I think there are some views over the sides of the building, and from the corner, it looks like it's from the west, actually.
No, that's actually from inside the park.
Yeah, just a point of clarification too. This first photo is labeled from Central Park West, but it's actually taken
So is that a zoom? That's a zoom. The one adjacent to it is from the park at the entrance, and that's the standard photograph of it. And then again, the zoom, standard photograph, a zoom, again, a zoom more closer. So we're not trying to hide the difference.
So I guess just kind of quantify it.
Yeah.
The park is from a great distance, there's a portion of the facade, except for that 1¾ view, where you see most of them in the context of a taller building. And then Elizabeth, you can just switch to the side street views.
I mean, is there any way that we can find out what alternatives there are?
Yeah, I think the commission is interested in understanding alternatives. I think that the visibility, while we do see it some distances, there are 3 of them, and they're there, and so I think the question is there any way to make them less visible?
Well, if you can see, I mean, some of them are from the current ones from the non-session and further now. So any addition to it is going to enhance that visibility.
But I think the issue is not being technicians exactly, it's several other architects and more generally. And certainly BBA is a highly effective elevator consultant, and was brought up in testimony. I think we're stuck with believing that there's no other option, and I think we need to, because it's visible enough to be a bit worrisome, we would like to understand if there are other options. True options to reduce the height of these things. Still achieving the result that the co-op seemingly understandably wants to upgrade these elevators. I just am feeling that we're sort of, without that information, we're sort of blowing in the wind a bit.
Do you have an elevator?
We do have an elevator consultant, as I said previously, it's Centennial Elevator, which these elevator current elevators, they've assured us that the current system is in eminent favor. So the 2 options are basement traction machinery, which I'm told will reduce the size of it, which are already small, and a top traction. The only other possibility is to see if somehow we can reduce the height. The actual machinery, there's very little we can do to reduce that. Because, again, the structure of the machinery itself is quite small. It's an interior of 76. We might get a few inches, maybe. The question is, can we reduce the overall? There might be a foot of overriding to be reduced. That does not mean it will not be visible. It will reduce the visibility, but it will still be visible.
So I think, are people feeling a little uncomfortable taking an action without really having, the elevator company speak? I think that, it is true that we can ultimately find something really livable, but I think we have to understand the technical reasons to understand where we can make adjustments that are reasonable and allow the co-op to have a functioning elevator. It's not too small. So what I'd like to do is not take an action today, and perhaps you can return with your elevator company and have the technician speak to us.
Can I add one more thing? I'm not sure that the color you've chosen, while much better than the existing pink or salmon, I would think that there maybe is a darker, somewhat darker grayish color that might blend into the nothingness better than even your light colored sand color. So I just would suggest that you think
Because of the adjacent building.
all right, well, it might be the best, but I just want you to think about that a little bit.
I was just going to say, to come back with the elevator guy, if there is a change in the elevators and or the bulkhead size, that would be probably helpful for us to understand what that delta would be. Is it getting one person, or are we shaving an inch and a half?
All right, we're going to move to item number 14. This is LPC 19-3211, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the 150 East End Avenue in Henderson. Queen Anne's Opera House, advice in 1882. The application is to replace windows.
The application before you is 150 East End Avenue, which is located between East 86th and East 87th Streets in the Henderson Place Historic District. The proposal is to replace all windows, the first, second, and third floor levels of the front facade. This is the earliest photo we have found from circa 1927. You'll see some of the windows at 150 are obscured here. But it can be noted that at 148 on this side, you see Queen Anne windows at the first and second floors. Here are the conditions in the 1940s and in the 1980s after alterations were done to the mansard roof and dormers. There were also additional window openings installed at 148. The current condition shows a mix of window types along the row. Number 150, which is here. To the left at 148 here, there are restored Queen Anne style windows, and to the right at 152, there are 6/6 and 9/9 configurations. The proposal is to match the current configuration and material, except at the third floor where 6/6 windows are proposed. This was brought forward because the rules only allow for matching the historic configuration, which would be the Queen Anne style. And the applicant is here as well in order to answer questions or to elaborate further.
Please come up and state your name for the record and add anything you want to add.
Yeah. If you want to just that's here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nick.
My name is Nick Elliott.
Just speak up a little louder, I'm not sure if you can move that in here.
My name is Nick Elliott. I'm the owner of the building. Really done my best to try and make it as simple as possible to go through. I have to say we started simply by saying the easiest way to do this is replace the lack of light. The parlor and first floor are matching almost identical in terms of wood construct, starting around 6/6. There's I think a quarter of an inch difference based on the sizing. For the new window, there are some very ugly storm windows, so ugly windows. These windows are not really ugly anymore. The storm windows will be removed. We work with staff to figure out the right historic brick molding, which is really around the edge, to match what is appropriate for the time. It's very hard to tell based on what's there right now. What's even currently in place, because as you can see in the photos, the existing windows, there's a storm window that has been installed on top of the existing window. In terms of the top floor, the three-window transom pane at the top is going to be removed to match the 6/6 on the first floor. It's almost an identical match in terms of the shape of the lights with the second floor and the three-floor shapes. Maybe it's easy for questions, but
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard from staff that the reason you're here as opposed to going to them is because you're proposing to put back windows that do not resemble what was originally there. What's the reason for that?
honestly, the reason is we weren't sure what was originally there when we started, which was last year before the tax photos. The building is landmarked in 1966. There's a 1980s tax photo which shows the 6/6 very clearly. There's a 1940s tax photo which shows the 6/6 very clearly. It was only really through the building we started that we found additional photos. I'll have to scroll back to that additional photo, but it is obscured with the awning, so it's not clearly what was there. I'm willing to defer to the experts on what may originally have been there. I'm not going to force the point. Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. I was just going simply with this is what is there now. This is what was there in 1940.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We'll take public testimony. Madeline Pena.
Madeline Pena, Friends of the Upper East Side. Overall, Friends Preservation Committee feels that this is a sensible reference to the historic 1940s tax photos as the precedent for the appropriateness of removing the later storm windows and installing all 6/6 wood windows on the first and second stories of this east end elevation. Replacing these windows with double-hung windows with the bottom single pane and top decorative divided light pane, such as we see on 148 East End Avenue, might have arguably been more attractive and would have reinforced the unique character of the Queen Anne style of this housing district, but replacing in kind is still acceptable. At the third floor, the removal of the transom and replacement with a 6/6 double-hung window would subtly alter the proportions of the facade and remove the unique historic feature from this facade. Friends does not feel that the desire for uniformity in the window configuration justifies the loss of the transom feature, and it should be included in the new windows and replicated in wood. Finally, we feel that as this is such a small, highly visible house within such a distinctive and visible historic district, the applicant should be installing true divided light windows. Simulated divided lights lack texture, particularly when installed so close to the ground level. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The proposed windows are of high quality, but the choice to remove the original three-legged transoms above the 6/6 windows on the third floor is folly. While the neighbors feature alterations, it is not an example to follow. Perhaps if this original condition is retained, future neighbors will follow this example, and the overall result will be a more beautiful Henderson Place Historic District. Thank you.
And then, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a resolution from Community Board 8, which says that if the application is disapproved as presented. However, their comments state that the new 6/6 replacement windows are consistent with windows on neighboring buildings, so the comments are reflected, but the resolution says disapproval at the end. Would you like to respond to the comments at all, or any final thoughts before we close the hearing?
I'm sorry, did you say you approved or disapproved?
Well, it says disapproved, but their comments don't actually seem to reflect that.
I was there and it was approved.
Okay, it might be a typo because the whereas is...
I'm happy to follow up and check if you like.
All right, any final questions for the applicant?
Can I just make one final point here on these, the three main trusses?
You know, the shape of that roof has changed quite dramatically since this was built. There was a three-pane transom that matched in the only 148 building that since being removed. The turrets have been removed. The shape of the sort of gap between the turrets has been brought forward. So in many ways, that roof has changed in shape quite a lot since it was originally constructed. There is one very, very small transom pane on the far corner of that block. Other than that, the transom planes have all been removed. I love this block. I live on it. The reason I bought the house is because I was so attracted to the architectural features of it. What's critical about it is the way it hangs together, the contiguous nature of it, which is why I'm sort of very sympathetic to the nature of whether they should be Queen Anne style or 6/6. The transom feature is not common to Queen Anne style. It's also not in any way consistent with the rest of the law. The community board did approve it. I think they gave the paperwork on it. So I think it's hard to say it's not appropriate as a change.
Just one last question. Are there any of the Queen Anne style windows at the second or third floor in any of the other buildings in the row?
Yes. I think there are arguments both ways on whether those are originally 6/6 or Queen Anne style. I understand the logic of the way.
Okay, thanks. Can we have a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. So you want to start with this? I think that this building has had 6/6 since at least the tax photo. I think that many of the buildings have changed, their windows have changed over time, but we do know from the early photo that Queen Anne was the windows probably at the second and third floor, the facades and the things that remains at a couple of the buildings. So do people feel that we should return at least the second and third floor to the Queen Anne configuration, or do we think there's enough variety that supports 6/6?
If we don't go back now, we never will. I mean, this is the opportunity, probably cost them less today. And so why not start moving in that direction rather than abandoning it? And as far as the dormer windows are concerned, I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say it's folly. However, it's the same concept. You know, you're creating panes that are an awkward size when you try to get rid of that top row. So I would prefer to go back to just keep it the same style that it currently
That it is now in Queen Anne on second and third. Agreed? Everybody agree?
Okay.
So, in the matter of 150 East End Avenue, Henderson Place Historic District, this is a Queen Anne style row house, built in 1882. The application is to replace windows. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed replacement windows will match the historic windows at the house in terms of materials, profiles, and finish, and that the multi-light double-hung windows will be harmonious with the style of the house and in keeping with the variety of window configurations found at the dormers within the row. I also also find that the proposed 606 windows at the lower floors of the house will not match the original windows or be in keeping with most of the existing windows at the neighboring buildings in configuration and will thereby detract from the character-defining and unifying characteristic of the row, and that the lights at the proposed dormer windows will be noticeably larger than the historic lights and will not be scaled to the dormers or compatible with the fenestration pattern at the lower floors at this house and neighboring buildings in the row. Therefore, I recommend that the Queen Anne style windows featuring multi-light upper sashes and single light lower sashes matching others in the row be installed at the lower floors, and that the replacement dormer windows match the existing windows in configuration with 3 light transoms above 6/6 windows, more closely replicating the proportions of the historic windows.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so it's approved with those modifications. The staff can talk to you.
Okay, Commissioners, we're actually going to jump to the public meeting item. That is item number 1, LPC 19-31994. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 48, Lot 1, 140 Broadway, originally the Green Inland Bank building, individual landmark. A mid-20th century modern office tower designed by Skidmore, Owens & Merrill and built in 1968. The application is to amend the previous approval to install plaza planters, paving, and lighting. This was last presented at the public meeting of November 27th, 2018. No action was taken at that time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Queen of Bishop Preservation staff. The project before you is 140 Broadway, which occupies a full city block bound by Broadway, Nassau, Cedar, and Liberty Streets. The project was first presented at the public hearing on March 20th, 2018, where the Commissioners approved the proposal to install planters, lighting, and granite paving with the stipulation that the applicants further study the viability of travertine as a possible alternative for the paving. The applicants returned for a public meeting on November 27, 2018 to present the findings of the study and propose a new type of granite which had different characteristics from the previously proposed granite. Additional modifications were also proposed at that time, including retaining the existing rectangular planters in lieu of installing new circular planters and cladding the existing planters in granite. At that public meeting, the Commissioners had additional questions about the viability of travertine and no action was taken. The applicants have come back to present a more detailed study on the comparative properties of granite and travertine, specifically in horizontal surface paving applications. The team will now walk you through these revisions and answer any additional questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Woolley, Higgins Quays Park, we're the preservation consultants on the project. Just to remind you of the proposal before you today, the overall plan now is waterproofing the deck, improving the drainage system, and repaving the plaza in granite, retaining the existing planters along the south side of the site, which predate designation, recladding those planters in granite to match the new granite paving, and reinstating 3 black granite benches at the west end of the site that had been damaged after 9/11 and removed at that time. The presentation that follows will address the questions that you had at the previous public meeting regarding the use of granite as an appropriate paving material. As you recall, the plaza was originally paved in travertine and which was completely removed in 1999, and that the existing paving and the planters that exist on the south side of the site today date to that alteration. When this proposal first came forward, the primary driver was a technical one: resolve the catastrophic leaks from the plaza into the occupied cellar level, and at the same time bring the paving closer to its original appearance. To be clear, this is a waterproofing project and a substrate problem, not a paving problem.
In fact, we know that approximately 90% of the existing granite is serviceable. However, we do think that this is an opportunity for an appropriate upgrade that will bring the plaza closer to its original appearance. 140 Broadway is an ensemble of 3 parts: the tower, the Noguchi Cube, and the plaza. The aesthetic intent was for a uniform plane of paved surface to engage the plaza and the cube. The tower and the cube, sorry. New York City has more than 60 years of experience with travertine plazas, beginning with Lincoln Center, and we know that travertine in horizontal installations in the New York City climate cannot remain true to the original aesthetic intent of the taut uniform plane. The durability issues compromise the aesthetic intent. New granite is a performance-based upgrade that acknowledges the experience we've gained over the past 50 years with travertine as a paving material in New York City. Beyond the aesthetic considerations, there's the simple issue of creating a safe public space. No new public plaza in New York City has been paved in travertine since the 1970s. Most travertine has been removed. The reason is simple: it is incredibly slippery. It is not merely a liability issue for ownership, it is a matter of public use and benefit. We know anecdotally that other travertine installations in the city present slip hazards, and people avoid walking on them. The very idea runs counter to the intended use of privately owned public space. Finally, there are 2 letters that have been submitted as part of the record. First is from the Noguchi Museum, which supports the continued use of granite on the site. It is a thoughtful letter by the curator, Dathan Hart, that testifies to the unified plane as the intent for the composition, and that the durability issues inherent in the horizontal installation of travertine in New York City cannot be faithful to that intent. And finally, there's a letter from the Mariotti Quarry. Mariotti is one of the leading suppliers of Roman travertine. They supplied the travertine at Lincoln Center, as well as many of the SOM projects. And the letter from Mariotti recommends against the use of horizontal installations of travertine in multi-finance. With that, we'll move on with the presentation. First, you'll hear from Bo August from Building Ownership, followed by George Wheeler. Many of you know Dr. Wheeler. He is a leading expert in stone conservation. And the presentation will conclude with Doug, Stevie, Douglas, Janie, who are the engineers for the project. Doug?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Bo August with Metzler. I'm the asset manager for 140 Broadway. As you guys know, the reason we're here is this process started with an urgent need for emergency repair to protect the tenant's technology and infrastructure that they have in the basement level directly underneath this to protect it from water damage. So first this is plaza underneath the stone. That's some exposed rebar there. And then this is directly underneath it. The gray boxes you see there are this electrical switchgear, and the orange thing in the back on the left is their emergency generator. So it is critical infrastructure for our tenant. And the tarps you see are effectively protecting that against water intrusion. So in addition to this immediate issue, our goal is to achieve a plaza restoration program that balances the need for aesthetics, public use, and plaza integrity over the long term. We've not been looking for an easy fix. In fact, as we have pursued this, we've made extensive temporary repairs that we will then need to rip up and redo as we do the longer term repairs. So that's a significant investment we're putting forward that we'll just have to redo in the coming months. But we want to make the right choices today, so we're not talking about this and redoing this in the next 10 or 20 years. To assist us, we've engaged some of the best consultants and the best team of experts, and we've done extensive due diligence. We've consulted preservation experts, stone suppliers, the Noguchi Foundation, general contractors, and waterproofing engineers. And as Aaron mentioned, you'll also soon hear from George Wheeler, a leading expert on stone. You know, we respect this process. This is the 3rd time we've been here. We think it's important, but we're before you today because we have serious concerns over the use of travertine. Really, that's 3 reasons. Number one is from the public use standpoint, it creates a liability and a hazard that could lead to injuries. From an aesthetic standpoint, based on staining and cracking, and from a waterproofing standpoint, to prevent this in the future. We really do want to do the right thing, but more importantly, we feel like we have a responsibility to do the right thing for the building, for the public, and for the plaza. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here this afternoon to just help you with the discussion of the materials that are relevant to 140 Broadway.
Can you just state your name for the record?
My name is George Wheeler. I've never done this before, so.
That's okay.
And don't know how to click it either. There we go. So Doug had presented some of this information previously, but just to review quickly what some of the options might be for paving material. Of course, granite, sandstone, but particularly bluestone, which we've seen in places such as the Dakota, and then limestone, of which, of course, travertine is a variety. In our environment, it's very rare to find any limestone as a paving material, whether travertine or otherwise. And of course, marble, which is also not that common a material. Common limestone for paving is Tennessee pink marble, which is a limestone that's used almost exclusively as an interior material and not necessarily road. And of course, another example of our travertine on the lower right in the market. The first thing I want to do is just caution us to be careful about our terminology. Travertine is a stone type. It's not the one material that we see in various places around New York City. When we all say travertine, we all understand what we mean, but it's important to understand that it is a material that's quite varied, as well as we need to understand when a material is quarried and what its quality might be at any given time in the long history of use. So saying that we might want to use travertine and even the Tivoli travertine, one would want to be sure that the quality of that material that's being quarried today would be of the appropriate variety. In the same way, when we should be careful about saying granite. There are granites with porosities that are all over the map. I show you a picture of Santiago de Compostela, which is carved in the 12th century. It's a granite that has a 6% porosity, and it's the reason why they've been carved in the 12th century as if they were in the 15th century. Deer Isle on the right is something we see on paving and on sidewalks and on buildings all around the city, and it performs extremely well. So again, we shouldn't be saying travertine and granite, we're saying specifically the tubular roll that's being proposed and the rolling travertine as it is quarried today. So what are the material properties that we're interested in, and some things that Doug will touch on later in the presentation? We're very interested in the various strengths of the material as well as how it fractures. I'm going to focus a little bit on porosity, density, and absorption because this is key to how materials perform as paving materials. And of course, something we rarely touch upon, which is composition, which is particularly relevant for all materials in urban environments and ones particularly for paving materials. What are the selection criteria that we typically use? Well, yes, the symbolism of travertine, we all understand this, and the aesthetics, which are being addressed. I show you a picture of our travertine and Bethel white granite as an example of a light-colored material. You need to understand the specific performance of the material that is being proposed as opposed to any generic granite, so to stay away from that terminology. So this is the slide I'd like to focus on a little bit, because the numbers can be both deceptive and revealing. So I particularly want to focus in on the fourth one down, the absorption by weight. So this is where you determine by submersion of a material how much water will get drawn in by any given proposed stone. If you proposed a limestone with 2.5% porosity as a paving material, you should jump up and down and say, this is terrific. This is a great material. However, look at the density of this material, 144 pounds a cubic foot. That means the void space, the amount of empty space in this travertine is nearly 15%. That takes in water. it holds on to water, it transfers water into the smaller porosity, which makes this highly susceptible to freeze-thaw damage. Stone materials that contain large pores or small pores are the most susceptible to freeze-thaw damage, which is the name of Tivoli travertine. Tudor gold, yes, we see a low absorption rate. We also see, obviously, a higher pore space. That higher pore space is inaccessible to water because the pore space is actually too small. The other numbers I would like to focus on, we throw around compressive strength as an impressive kind of evaluation of the material. It is completely irrelevant to any of the things that might happen to any paving material. If you were to stack this Tivoli granite on top of each other, 1 cubic foot of stone on top, you cannot crush the stone on the bottom until you have 7,500 pieces of travertine sitting on top of it. It's completely irrelevant. The fact that granite is so much better is completely irrelevant. What is relevant is flexural strength. What's the problem with a material of flexural strength 500? Not very much. It's the variability in that flexural strength. It's why randomly disposed material with that wide range of flexural strength fail. Some of them fail, some of them don't. It's statistically impossible for some of them not to fail because having a low flexural strength as low as 150 psi. The due diligence that is taking place, we don't know what the variability of Tudor is. That's one of the things we want to determine. Generally speaking, and I'm going to contradict myself here, granites have very low variability of flexural strength. The last thing I want to focus on is mineralogy. Calcite is soluble in acid rain. When we dissolve travertine, it turns into gypsum. We leave salts behind in the porosity, which leads to salt crystallization damage, which is not relevant for silicate rocks like granite. Material, as opposed to material properties, material performance. What is the resistance to freeze-thaw cycling and deep freezing? The important factor here is what is the performance of the stone being deposed? Resistance to salt crystallization, same set of relevant issues. We just discussed susceptibility to acid rain and dry deposition, which is just another form of acid rain. Another important factor is you don't want to install a plaza and then find out 3 years later it's stained brown because some of the minerals themselves convert to iron oxide. So again, this is all important information for the proposal of any replacement material. And Aaron touched on this a few minutes ago. We have a lot of information about the performance of many granites, not so much about the one that's being proposed, to be honest, and about travertine, how it performs in our environment. So we should take that information into account. And what are the issues, again, with travertine and its porosity? Basically, you have tiny little lakes that feed tiny little streams. And so that means in a horizontal application, once water is disposed across the plaza, it is retained in those pores. It travels into the small pores and freeze because of significant damage. The other is, and there's some information about the difference of the climate in Rome and New York City. You do have excursions of below 0 Celsius in Rome. You do not have attendant 1 foot and 2 feet of stone and attendant frozen rain in those environments. It's the saturation of that stone with water when it freezes that is the most relevant issue for its preservation. That is what I would say, welcome to New York City. And the same is true, of course, with the salt crystallization. Once those salts find their way into the pore system, it is extremely difficult to remove them, particularly in a horizontal application. They are not simply washed out by a single rain event, but in fact cause deeper penetration into the pore system and the attendant damage to that. Just a quick, I'm a chemist, so I have to show you some chemistry. So we have the main mineralogy of limestones and marbles is calcite on the left. When acid rain is disposed onto that material, we create gypsum, which is a salt, which functions as a salt and which will cause crystallization damage like any other salt. Finally, our selection criteria for for testing further replacement materials, flexural strength, and I emphasize variability. It's important to understand what are the ranges within these physical properties that we test fit into. We need to understand the specific stone's response to freeze-thaw, not just we're using granite, but we're using this granite. How does it perform? And that's true with salt crystallization as well. We also need to understand what the mineralogy, specific mineralogy of this granite is and how it responds to this environment, which may include drawing out iron oxides from existing mineralogy and staining the salt. We've actually seen this in many locations around New York City. Other selection criteria, of course, we mentioned symbolism and aesthetics, but to relate and introduce material properties to the selection process. It's not that that I think in the original installations that this was not thought of, but we are much more diligent about testing materials with respect to their material properties than we were 50 years ago. And that's where, in handing this off to Doug, the due diligence of the client, I think, is relevant.
A quick question for you.
Yes.
Why isn't there any information on the variability and the flexural strength of granite? You said you got that number, and you said we didn't really know when it's.
So, yeah, no, it's a good question, and maybe I should be more specific. I don't have that information. Those tests were done, and within those tests, typically you would test, 10, 15, or 20 samples, and you would have an average, a standard deviation, by which that information may exist. I don't have that. I'm not sure we do have that.
Yeah, we're actually in the process of testing this on this right now.
So yes, it's relevant, and it can be provided. The other thing I mentioned, or I didn't mention, was discussing compressive strength versus flexural strength, is the sizes of the samples that are used. And that's why flexural strength is much more relevant, because typically compressive strength is done on 2-inch cubes. The variability of many materials does not fit into a 2-inch cube, whereas most flexural strength testing is done on 1¼ inch by 4 inch by 16-inch pieces. So the flaws that exist in a given material, and essentially voids or flaws, are captured more easily in a flexural test than they are in compressive strength. And another reason why compressive strength is really not very relevant.
Michael?
First, the flexural strength tests are done with the piece suspended between 2 points, correct? And pressure put on the...
Yeah, so you actually saw some data more in the previous presentation that showed both flexural strength and modulus of rupture. So flexural strength is done with a 4-point bend, so that's suspended on 2 points and pressed on by 2 points, and modulus of rupture is 3-point. But yes, we basically think of you standing in the middle of a bar that's being held up by 2 other things, or you spread your legs.
So the substrate, the supporting performance of the substrate would have an effect on the flexural strength of the paper, correct?
That's right, and which is why it's more relevant to this kind of installation. And the stability and quality of that support system is what's important, so that those is properly distributed.
And is that why you see so much cracked granite, which is so disappointing? I mean, all you have to do is go across the street.
That's right.
And see a whole acre of it.
You can walk around the city and find granite pavers that are 8 feet long, that are suspended in a perfect condition, and you can find 3 feet long that are just hard. Yes, it's all about the installation. Aaron touched upon that. Yes.
Sorry, I haven't seen it in a while.
Just keep it clean, Michael.
No. That's the other George and I've seen photographs of the travertine that existed there before it was removed, and the cracking on that appears to be very similar to what I see on the plaza today, and that's sort of part of why I was asking that question. To me, a lot of this boils down to the substrate. Now, what I want to ask George Wheeler, stone guy, why do you think they chose travertine in the beginning for the original design. Knowing that there were better performing materials. And my second question after that one is, you've seen all these samples, you know the Bethel granite. Do you think that is the closest that you can get to the travertine that was there in appearance? Not necessarily performance, because we know that granite performs better, even though Bethel has mica in it, and that's a problem. Do you believe that there is a closer match than the one that's been chosen?
So there was always a risk for me to put that picture of Bethel granite in there, because Bethel granite is a terrible granite. You would not choose Bethel granite, but it's kind of a little curveball in there to say, look, here's a wonderful match, and a wonderful granite match as a replacement material. You would never recommend that granite because it bows, and it flakes.
Only if the substrate is.
It bows on cladding. So the point of that slide is you must test the material you're proposing, not say, let's use granite. It's what this material is. I don't know why they chose travertine, because I don't know in 1968, because I don't know how much they did the due diligence of testing that material. I suspect it was chosen for symbolism. You know, this is the longevity of Rome. This is what Giulio Romano stole all the travertine off the Colosseum to build buildings in the Renaissance. This is the longevity of the material. Why wouldn't you use this? As well as the aesthetics of it. I would argue that I would truly wonder if they vetted the material the way we're vetting materials now. And I suspect probably not. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Did you want to say something?
Yes, he does.
I do have a question, though. And this is in total layman's terms, so you'll put it in another way. But talk about the fact that travertine wears, or that kind of wears, in a sense, better or more softly or more elegant. There is wear on it, or can be wear, but whereas granite, because it's more rigid, or whatever terms you'd use, might not show the wear and also be as sort of forgiving for wear, which is why crack would happen more quickly. And in fact, those photographs show that cracks in granite happen in a shorter period of time than they did in the tenure of the travertine.
There's a couple of issues there. One, of course, is the hardness of the material. So on the scale of hardness, the mineral that's in travertine is a 3, the mineral that's in granites is 6.5 to 7. It's not exactly a linear scale, but it's much harder. That's the scratch or abrasion hardness of that material. So that's why travertine becomes smooth, because it lacks a good level of abrasion resistance. Does that mean you like what that looks? Perhaps. However, you can make granite very smooth and you can make granite very dangerous as well by how you finish it for a plaza. So what's happening, of course, with the travertine is that all our usage is altering its surface properties. And I'm sorry, there was a second point there.
And then the question of filling travertine has come up before, with some sort of material that fills in the spaces of the holes. Does that make up for a lot of the freeze issues?
It is impossible to prevent the absorption of water even by filling, although there are, of course, examples of resinous materials that have been applied that you've all probably seen degrade enough over time that they're both aesthetically displeasing. It's not really my area, but also then open up the voids as well. Cementitious materials are much less attractive, have their own risks in terms of physical properties as well as the delivering salts to the substrate. So, and in fact, I think the beauty of travertine is the holes.
We have another question.
Isn't it true, Doctor? No, I'm sorry. I have a question now. The safety concerns of travertine as a paving material have been stated over and over. What do we know about the record of lawsuits, injuries that occurred on the original travertine pavers before the
Well, we don't know at this site, but, and we have talked to people at both of the current installations, and people are unwilling, Grace and Sola, people are unwilling to share this information, I mean, for obvious reasons, right?
So then we don't know.
We don't know.
Okay.
We know, but from conversations, we have anecdotal information. We know that, and I'm just going to fly into this article that we found from the 1980s talking about the lawsuits with regard to specifically to terrazzo and travertine paving throughout the city. This is, 10 years basically after all of it is installed everywhere in the city. And what was happening, and it's about, they go to the city and talk to the city about the liability issues, and then they go to all the property owners say, no show here, there's nothing happening, but all the lawyers are saying, yes, we go right after the property owner. And terrazzo you can address terrazzo because you can roughen the surface or install new rough finished terrazzo. Travertine doesn't have that benefit because if you roughen the surface, you're further degrading the finish.
Are there other questions?
I mean, there's more presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Doug Stevie with Jan Nielsen Associates. We're the technical consultants. As George talked about before, the different properties of the stone and the variability of different stones are reflected in these safety factors. If you compare the granite, which uses a design safety factor of 3 versus travertine that has a safety factor of 8, and that's due to the variability of the stone. Adjustments need to be made so you can get the proper engineering. So right now, we only have room for about 2 inches, 2-inch thick paver, regardless of the material that we choose. So having an equally competent travertine would require a paver that's about 5 inches thick. We simply don't have the room for that. We're locked in at elevations at the curb. We're locked in at elevations at the building. Another thing is, one of the things I want to close base on is some of the testing that's being done on the proposed stone. Again, the owner is going through about $30,000 worth of due diligence testing in our laboratories in Illinois right now. In addition to all the testing that we talked about before, we're doing accelerated weathering testing. So we're going to subject the stone to a mild acid solution, freeze thaw, and then we're going to do flexible strength tests again. So we want to be mindful that we don't want the stone to be able to degrade on us in short periods of time. We're also looking for lake inclusions and pyrites that may stain or adjust the stone. One of the things is this is a diagram of the proposed paving assembly, and one of the things what they did when they changed the plaza back in the late 1990s. They changed more than one variable. So not only did they change from travertine to granite, but the sizes of the pavers really got big. The current size of the pavers are 2 foot by 3 foot by 1.5 inch thick. And that physical size of the paver makes it almost impossible for 2 people to be able to set the paver, lift it and tap it, lift it and tap it. And due to that installation, there were voids underneath the granite. That those voids were allowed to wash out, and then we lost the support of the stone that we were talking about before. And sometimes you'll see at this pavers some cracking here, some cracking here. That's because the paver doesn't have the ability to ride 1.5 inch thick piece of granite that big. It doesn't have the flexural strength to be able to ride that. And even with that problem at the building, we still think we have about 90% of that granite is still serviceable. So despite that fact, it's kind of surviving. So in essence, what we're doing is we're going back with a 2-inch thick paver, much smaller. We're going back with the historic size of 1.3 by 2.6. We only have room for, at the worst case, for 2 inches of setting bed. We're going to improve that with the latex modifier. We're going to have a welded wire mesh in there. We're going to have the waterproofing and the drainage components. We talked a little bit about salt crystallization. And what happens is when those salts, whether they're from the environment or from de-icing salts, when they get into this, what happens when they get wet, they become water soluble and they absorb down into the stone. And when that water wants to evaporate back out of the stone, well, the water can go, but the salts can't. And the salts will stay in the microscopic pores and have a tendency to bloom. And it'll either give you efflorescence or it'll start cracking the stone. And although we talked about different types of salts before, and some of the benefits and misgivings of them, we can't control where the salt comes from. The city puts salt on their roads. There's salt on adjacent properties, and there's salt, as George said, that comes from the environment. So we can't control the salts. We can cut them down a little bit, but we can't eliminate the salts. And that's one of the reasons why IMI doesn't recommend travertine for use, or de-icing salts will be used, because the stone is so soft, there's more of a propensity for that salts to get in the stone and to crystallize. We talked about the abrasion resistance. This is Mount Front Grace. I'm a client for the last 4 years. I've been walking this plaza, and I do see people fall in the summer. And it's a real thing. People fall, and I think to discount that, particularly when you talk about an elderly person that may break the bone, I just can't discount that in my mind. A little bit about the dynamics of the freeze-thaw distress and what we call ice lensing. It's 2 things have to occur, and as George really spelled out well. We need the material to be critically saturated, to be full of water, and we need to go through a period where the material freezes and thaws. And what happens on a microscopic level is that we have the pores that are filled with the water, and as that ice lensing, it's going to expand. And that force often exceeds the tensile strength of the material around it. So on a microscopic scale, you see this. On a larger scale, you see this sort of the classic breakdown of the materials. And due to the different voids within the travertine, the materials are more likely to go through freeze-thaw distress. And also because of the way we're sending the stone, because of the use of this paper of the plaza, we really can't go to a rolling pedestal system. We really have to get that great compressive strength that George was talking about. See, because George goes, I'm not worried about the compressive strength, and that's right, because that setting bed, you drive all kinds of vehicles on there. And because this plaza was used as staging area by first responders for 9/11, for Occupy Wall Street, we can't control that anybody is just going to drive a vehicle. A little bit about the climate comparison. I'll try to wrap this up. I know you guys have been very patient with us. If you compare the weather data, both temperatures and the amount of precipitation that occurs both in New York and in Rome, we see we have the difference in days of where we're going to be at with below freezing. And you compare that with the amount of precipitation, and this is actually data that's measured at JFK and at the Rome airport. We're getting almost twice as many freeze-thaw cycles in New York as we are in Rome. So we're not in a Mediterranean environment. This travertine or granite or whatever we want to be using is going to be subject to more freeze-thaw cycles in New York than it will in a Mediterranean environment. So that's why I think it becomes a little more paramount for us to do our due diligence on freeze-thaw. Now I know you guys want to talk a little bit about the comparisons of our building 140 Broadway. So the Grace Building, we have left about 5,000 square feet of pavers. Solo Building, there's pavers on 58th Street, 57th Street, about 21,000 square feet. And a long rectangular pattern, and obviously we know our building about 28,000 square feet. A couple things about the Grace Building. Is the way that water doesn't really have to go a long way before it gets to this blue line, which is the trench drain. And also the Grace Building and Solo, because they're very identical, they're very similar to each other. They've got big troughs in the front of the building that kind of catch all the water from the facades. We don't have that at 140 Broadway. 140 Broadway is a sheer wall on all 4 sides. So we have that cascading water that dumps a whole bunch more water on our plaza than we do at the 2 subject buildings. So that was great. Solo Building has a similar function. Trench drain in the middle, water cascading. We're really only going 21 feet or 10 feet before we get to a discharge point for the water. Again, 140 Broadway, much bigger expanses, upwards of 100 feet from the Broadway elevation to the building. Again, that water is going to sit there, and the longer it sits on the plaza, the more chance it's going to have to get in and degrade the stone. So I think these are pretty significant differences between the various buildings. And more about the existing paver layout, 3x2, going back with the historical sizes, and our proposed granite sample up against travertine that exists right now on 9 West 57th Street. And that's our formal presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions on this part of the presentation? Okay, so I think then we will move into discussion, and I think this is the third time the applicants have been back. This, is started out as a waterproofing project. I think that they saw it as an opportunity to restore the appearance of the plaza. And I think we've had at this table mixed response. Some people have been supportive of the returning the appearance and understanding the practical needs and the fact that there is travertine there now. Other people have felt more strongly about exploring the possibility of using travertine. So I think we've had a really extensive presentation today by experts, and it's a little bit of a lesson today. It's kind of fascinating. So I'm interested to hear all of your thoughts. Where do you want to start?
So I cross this plaza daily, maybe once or twice, or 3 or 4 times daily, get to my office, which is in that building on the right-hand side of that slide. Not that that makes me an expert in travertine or failing granite, although more of an expert in failing granite, I guess. I was persuaded the first time you came, I'm persuaded the second time you came, I'm persuaded today more. Excellent testimony. Thank you very much for your expertise, Professor Wheeler. And I am persuaded that this, is it the Deer Isle? I forgot, is that what's being proposed? What is it?
Two-year-old.
That's right. That is a color replacement that is so close to the color of travertine. It will not in any way, I think, confuse us that it's travertine because of the holes. As we have heard, and one of the reasons we like travertine are those holes. But it's just not appropriate here. And I think it's been proved that it won't stand up. And I just think it's folly to continue it. So I'm fully in support of the change. I also note, I think for the record, that this is the scheme that we're now proposing. I mean, there's other schemes without circular planters, et cetera, but this is the scheme that we're now...
Retaining the existing planters, they're no longer restoring those.
That's right, okay. All right, so I'll set it up.
And then I did also want to just note that the paving size will also be returned.
Yes, that's right.
Michael, do you want to comment?
Unlike Fred, I was not convinced the first time. I was barely convinced the second time. He's so easy.
Fred or George?
Fred.
I just wanted to be sure. I thought I knew.
It's killing me it's really killing me to reverse my opinion about the use of the travertine. But there are 2 things here that have taken place. One, and I have to assume that there's no, I have to assume that only truth is being told here, and I would look to the staff to assure that, in fact, the amount of substrate, the thickness of the substrate cannot somehow be supplemented so that travertine could be used here without problem. And that is an issue for me. As far as I'm concerned, unless you're driving a tank over any of these things, it's not an issue. It all depends on what's supporting the stone. And if we cannot provide an adequate substrate for the travertine, for a reasonable thickness of travertine, then it is in fact not the appropriate stone to use here. There was another idea in my head, but I've lost it already. What I would hope for, however, is that somehow, I guess we can't require the applicant to hire George Wheeler, but we could request that they work with George Wheeler to find the ultimate match for the travertine. And I think the granite that's been chosen is close. I would want to know from the stone messiah that this is the best stone match that could be had. But
Can I respond?
all of those things, I accept.
Yeah, me too. I was a skeptic. I remain disappointed that this outcome seems inevitable. I think that for me, it's less about the setting bed, although the setting bed is important, because I think that no matter what the setting bed available, it's so much subject to craft and skill and things like that, that you just can't assume that it's going to be done perfectly. You can't base your selection on a level of craft that may not be practically attainable. I think also for me the consideration of slip, increasing slipperiness of it is significant. And I was walked the soil building a week or so ago. It wasn't in good shape, and it was more slippery than the granite that I slip on every time it rains outside of this building. So, as a soon-to-be senior citizen, I can say that that is a concern that those of us in that demographic should have. I do want to say, though, about this particular image, as was said before, that although it is well outside of our purview, I would hope that the staff would make sure that the Department of City Planning, the Arts Commission, spacing on the Public Design Commission, would note that from a historic preservation point of view, benches on this plaza are completely inappropriate, and that they would make sure that sentiment of historic preservation echoed itself into the considerations of the benches proposed inappropriately for this location.
So I really very much appreciate the presentation. Taught me a lot, and it's made a lot of things more clear. And I appreciate you returning several times to talk with us. And what that says to me is that likely I would not spec travertine for a new plaza, and probably Skidmore, Owings and Merrill wouldn't spec travertine for a plaza again today. And likely Charles McKim might want to use curtain wall, and I bet he would, rather than marble. Probably Bramante too today would not use marble. In fact, Giotto wouldn't even use gold leaf because you're going to find problems with it. But that's not what we do here. We are involved in historic preservation of moments in time, of authentic fabrics, regardless of whether or not they've proved to be space, age, worthy today. And I just think that if the intention was to preserve this authentic, original design intent, a way would have been found. And I believe that that has to be the number one sort of incentive and motivation here, is to keep the symbolic, the aesthetic, the kind of the very specific associations with history here, Rome and modernism, as I've said before. And so I absolutely think that this replacement material is not appropriate.
Well, I'm going to go to a different direction, but about the same issue, which is
first, I agree with Michael about safety, obviously, but I think here this is about historic preservation, and part of the historic preservation here is about trying to memorialize an aesthetic. And the aesthetic is about the relationship of the ground material to the building and to the art. And while the material was a part of that, the appearance of the material becomes very, very critical to the aesthetic in this case. And I don't think that the appearance of the travertine can, with the problems of the substrate and other issues, can achieve the aesthetic quality which it was the original design intent. So I can approve it because I think this is going to come as close as we can to preserving the historic aesthetic that was intended by the architect and the artist.
Thank you, Diana. I think I agree with Diana. I agree with Connie that it was to be travertine, and that was the design intent. But I believe that the science sort of doesn't back the installation of travertine in 2019. So I think that going with the granite gets us as close to design intent as we can get safely. Sorry. John?
I think the first two times I went the other way, and mostly because I felt that I didn't have enough information on the science of it all. Now we have it, and I am going to switch my position. But I would note that there are many times when I find myself on the short end here because others are arguing for the practicality of a new alternative. And this time I'm willing to go with that practicality issue, but I think we do that all the time.
I certainly appreciate the tenacity of the applicant coming back several times on this issue. And Abby, I completely appreciate and respect your position. And in the vacuum of facts, I agree with that. That being said, I think the presentation, I respect the thoroughness of your presentation and the facts that you've brought to the table here. And although I don't think the aesthetics are going to be quite the same, I am absolutely open to approving an appropriate replacement. Now, you happen to be in the process of testing it, so that approval would be, based on that, it's passing the test. And if not, I would expect that you'd be working with staff to make sure that something else is not only strong enough, but also works from an aesthetic standpoint, and that would make me feel comfortable.
All right, so I think that we have enough to approve the proposal, with the caveat that you continue to make sure that you have the best visual match, so that also gives you the performance that you need.
In the matter of docket 19-31994, 140 Broadway, originally Marie Midland Bank Building, individual landmark, a mid-20th century modern office tower designed by Skinner, Owens and Maryland, built in 1968. The application is to amend a previous approval to install planters, paving, and lighting. I note that the existing non-historic components of the plaza, including planters, pavers were installed around 2000 prior to landmark designation. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the plaza or tower, that the historic minimalist design of this mid-century modern complex is characterized by 12 freestanding towers set on a spacious plaza featuring an expanse of light-colored stone, and that the proposed work will help bring the site closer to its original design. The ground proposed for the pavers and planter cladding is closer in color and texture to the historic travertine paving, which no longer exists on the site, and will return the plaza closer to its historic appearance. That the proposed granite will have superior material performance when compared to travertine, if it tests that way, and other stone used for horizontal paving as described in an engineer's report. And the expert testimony will support the long-term preservation of the plaza. That the installation of 3 black granite benches at the westernmost planter will replicate the existing seating configurations found at the planters to the east and will match the existing benches in terms of material details and dimensions. That the black granite memorial inlay will be a smaller footprint than the existing monument and improve open views across the plaza. That the proposed accent lighting, including recessed uplighting and the historic Gucci cube sculpture, will not detract from this plaza feature nor call undue attention to the sources of lighting, and that the proposed work will support the special architectural and historic character of this individual landmark. I recommend that the applicant work with staff to ensure that the best visual match possible can be chosen that also satisfies performance.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
So Commissioners, we're going to move back to the last 2 public hearing items. First is item 15, LPC 19-31-24, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the patent stock 1593 lot 67. 4 East 79th Street, the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. The townhouse originally built in 1899 and 1900, designed by C.P.H. Gilbert, and altered in 1916 by Herbert Lucas in the neo-Italian Renaissance style. The application is to install a fence.
Commissioners, Lisa J. for Preservation Staff. The application for 4 East 79th Street is for the installation of a freestanding fence in front of the areaway. This is the house, and on this block there are a lot of fences, including currently at the house, which is an historic fence. So this, here we go. Here it is. So this is the house. And on either side of the entrance is the original fence. And some other fencing on the block. And historically, the facade was altered here in 1916 when it was built. The entrance was originally on the left side. Now it's on the center. And
The reason for this is because of a bus station over here, which causes people to use their stoop to sit on the way to the bus come, and there's planters that have discouraged that. So this is the proposed freestanding fence, which will match some of the details of the historic fence. And here is the plan. It's on a granite base.
Is there a reason why the applicant didn't want to put it up on the steps?
Well, the applicant can answer any questions that you have.
I'm David Long. The reason we didn't put it over steps is because Ken had really had a gate over the steps without having trouble, having to be hassle. It's like having a door in the staircase. So for that reason, we actually did not put it over steps. And the other part of the still in the presentation is that it's pretty clearly within the block is gate and fences, pretty much every building except for along the corner of Madison and 79th Street that uses gates and fences right at the street line of the building. The sidewalk changes into the property. The other thing is that we decided to do it as a freestanding element because the MTA, when they decided to install the bus stop in that location, is that they extended it out pretty extra in order to accommodate the articulated buses, but also to avoid the large bluestone pavers to the building next door. They said we don't have any money to repair pavers, we'll put it over here in concrete in front of the building, which means you can see the front of the bus while you're sitting on the steps, which is one of the reasons why the steps will be used, as well as the fact that the little portico becomes the bus shelter in the rings. So as a result of that, we felt that introducing a fence feature would be a way of discouraging people doing that. The decision to keep it separate was really the fact, as you saw in the original presentation, the photos, that the fence as configured today is the one that was configured in 1916. And we think that they used the original fence material from the CBH Gilbert house in order to configure that. So we're looking at fence that is already 100 years old, which means that a better way of doing it is keeping free of that and keeping that standing by its own right. In addition, the MTA said that at some point they will have the money to move the bus stop back, which will allow us to take this thing out without having to change the original configuration of the existing fence material. In terms of its design, clearly it's picking up the curve from the adjacent sections. The reason it's held back is because the curved sections that you see are actually gates to get into the enclosed area, so we can not connect to that. I think this is where we ended up with having it at the line of the sidewalk.
So the two ends of that new piece are not connected to posts or the previous existing fence? And that's what you just said, there's no intention to do that?
No intention. There is a small space, if you really want to squeeze through, you can. But as I said, between the security device and discouraging device. Discouraging people really come in there. It's not really intended as a security device.
Now that you mentioned that, how wide is the space?
Yeah, that's what I was.
12 inches.
Thank you.
So in design configuration, the new fence follows the old fence. It's the same detail, it's wrought iron, wrought steel, painted black, matching the fence.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll take public testimony. Kelly Carroll.
HTC thanks the applicant for visiting our committee and having a robust conversation about this intervention. As we had discussed with the applicant, HTC is of the mind that the fence should be more aggressive, take cues, and just be in plane with the existing fence architecture of this fine and exceptionally designed residence. The freestanding and temporary essence of the gate is at odds with the permanence of the edifice it seeks to serve, so it should simply be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, we do have a letter from the Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts saying that they have no issue with the application because the fence is reversible and they feel the height differentiates it from the existing fence. And we have a resolution from Community Board 8 where it's saying that it is disapproved. I just want to double check it since the last one was. Well, I mean, their comments are that the temporary fence would have the same decorative motif at the base of the fence. The tops of the verticals of the temporary fence would be simple arrowheads matching the arrowheads on the tops of the verticals of the existing fence. But therefore is disapproved. So again, take that for what it is. Is there anything you'd like to say to respond to the comments? There were some comments about integrating it in a more permanent way.
I think that our client liked the fact that originally we did it in 2004, have an open generous boundaries feature. So the option that NDA says that at some point they will move the bus stop back, it would seem like the most desirable solution is something we can take out overnight without having changed the original construction.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll have a motion to close the hearing. In a second. All in favor? Okay. Is there any thoughts on this? I think it has a funny relationship to the historic ironwork, but it is reversible, yes.
I understand the reversibility, so where it's located, I should understand that, but having the gap between the two little curves, I think if you brought the new out, so that they at least are lined up with the posts, the two posts, it would narrow that gap, it wouldn't touch it. It would just bring it, in alignment. So these two would be aligned.
I agree with Ann. I mean, it looks very awkward campaign there, and I was wondering even if the back fences that are going to be right in front of the building could be removed if they're not really necessary, because we've got a double wall of fencing, which seems very barrier. I mean, I don't have a problem with having a fence. We had originally a fence all along the edge, but
But I think that the ironwork behind is historic, so I don't know.
yeah, is the fencing right next to the building, is that historic? I think they had a fence out.
Yeah. So,
But anyway,
I hear you about moving it back to between the posts, but how do you, I asked the architect here, how do you deal with this tripping hazard issue of putting the gate right on the edge of a
I
curb?
think what Ann was saying is that you just make it a little wider, but keep it in.
Right where it is.
Right where it is. So
Okay.
that you don't have a gap between the two. The pier. So it sort of returns back to the stone piers.
So you add a return.
There's already a turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see the return. Yeah, okay. So make it slightly wider and make it return to the post.
Make it look a little more integrated.
Yeah.
It just feels, just like 6 inches.
Yeah. I understand.
I just want
Objection
to say that
withdrawn.
probably the architect considered that and made a decision to go the other way. It's not, my sense is it's likely it was not something that was not considered. So I respect that nuance and the decision to pull it back for a reason, maybe to expose the existing piers as the kind of the primary, rather than to cover them.
I guess we have to open the hearing. The question, let's have a motion to open the hearing.
So moved.
All second.
The problem is that the curved sections are a swing. So you cannot put it right in front of it because you can't get into it.
And they swing.
They're right at the hinge is right at the sidewalk side. So you would actually, when you extend it out, you're blocking that into the side area.
So, but you wouldn't bring it in front of the gate, you'd be bringing it just
Yeah, it doesn't really, it's a little easy to see in the plan. We would have a problem getting it.
You're in that pinch there.
And on the left side, that gate is actually a entrance into a secondary entrance on the right. It's actually an entrance on the right.
My suggestion would be just narrow the bump out and have it return into the side of the piers. You have a little areaway at the foot of the stairs. Instead of having to be nearly the full width, have it to be, let's say, halfway, and then it returns and folds back into the piers. That way it kind of falls in line with the piers. You have your space to get in. It doesn't feel like you're putting it out.
We have looked at that possibility. We actually looked at a whole series of options, actually making curved sections, having a curved back into it. And we ended up going back to having the street line as continuing the fence line all the way across, because that's what the block shows.
I hear you. I think that results, though, in a very peculiar kind of triangular space that's untraditional, let's say. The more traditional solution was, of course, something that respected the original architecture.
I'm thinking that you and Ann are actually suggesting the same thing, but maybe I misunderstand it. So, good. Thanks. I see. I got it. Okay. I'm just moving it to along the inside face of the.
I think what Ann was saying is moving this here.
No, not that far, just
there. Right. His response is that it's kind of
It's going to be an interesting detail where the curve hits the sidewalks, it hits the step, and the gate comes over the top. That's an architectural detail to be resolved.
And Michael, you suggested something that goes like this.
Little fins coming right there.
I'm trying to respond to the stair, the particular stair thing. I just think it's clearly the original architecture was trying to weave in and create a forecourt, which is now no longer desirable. But I'm trying to think if there's a way to preserve that weaving. To utilize the cues of the existing architecture to create a solution that is sufficing. Just work with staff and figure something out that's better.
Maybe work with staff to explore ways to integrate it into the existing architecture design.
Have more of this, around the fence on the step and then more on the step.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Oh, okay, right.
Continue to work with staff to integrate it into the existing architecture.
In the matter of docket number LPC 31924 4 East 79th Street in the Metropolitan Museum Historic District, the application is to install a fence. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. I recommend approval with a minor modification, finding that the presence of a fence and gate in front of areaways and main entrances is common in this historic district, that the installation of the fence will not cause damage to any significant architectural features of the building or the areaway, that the design, detail, materials, and fixtures of the fence will match those of the existing historic fence, and the fence will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building. And I recommend that the applicant work with staff to relocate or adjust the design to better integrate the fence into the original design.
Second, all in favor?
Opposed? Application.
All right, moving to the last hearing item of the day. Last item of the day is number 16, LPC 19-31850. An application for a binding report. the borough of Happy, block 1917, lot 16. It's 135 West and 132nd Street in the Central Harlem West 130 and 132nd Street Historic District. The Renaissance Revival style flats building designed by Bernstein and Bernstein in 1906. The application is to replace storefront and build construct area-free access ramps, install cornices, and replace windows.
Commissioners, Michelle Perry, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 135 West 132nd Street. It's a Renaissance Revival style flats building located on the north side of 132nd Street between Lafayette Boulevard and Untitled College Junior Boulevard. This proposal has several components that I'll walk you through today, including replacing storefront infill, constructing barrier-free access ramps, installing cornices, and replacing windows. As you can see in this image of the existing facade conditions, the cornice above the 6th floor has been removed, the storefronts have been altered, and windows replaced, all prior to designation for the historic district. This slide shows some additional detail of the first floor. The drawing as well as the photos in the bottom right depict the existing modern metal storefront infill and roll-down gates. This slide shows additional images of the modern storefronts. The applicant has inspected the storefronts and found no historic materials. However, the residential entrance surround is existing. This slide shows context on the block of 132nd Street. This block is dominated by brownstone row houses with one other small apartment building further down on the west side. Further to the west on the same side of the street as the subject property. This slide shows on the left the 1940s tax photo in which you can see the original cornice as well as storefronts and the cornice above the storefronts. An additional photograph from 1936 shows the historic window configurations, which included both 6 and 4/1 windows, as well as a unique diamond pattern and select windows. This slide shows the proposed work. Above the 6th floor, the applicant is proposing to install a new metal cornice, which will be based on the historic photograph of the building on the previous slide. The applicants have not been able to find any original drawings or more detailed photographs of that cornice. All the windows at the building, which are currently modern metal 1/1 double hung windows, will be replaced with 6/1 metal double hung windows. In this slide, you can see some additional details of the windows, which include applied exterior and interior muntins. In addition, the applicant is proposing to convert the current vacant storefronts into new residential units. They're proposing to install a cornice above the 1st floor. While the infill will be altered to feature wood paneling, 4/1 windows, and new entrance doors for each unit. In addition, these ground floor units will be made accessible by the construction of 2 ramps on either side of the main entrance of the building. Both the ramps and the window grills will feature metalwork recalling the original decorative metalwork found in the fire escapes. And due to the nature of this historic district, which consists mainly of row houses, there are no examples of previously approved access ramps in the immediate vicinity. However, the applicants have provided this context of a ramp completed by the project architect in the Mount Morris Park Historic District, which is southeast of this project site. So the applicants are here to add some additional details and answer any questions.
Is there anything you'd like to add? So just come to the mic and state your name.
David Danois, Architect of Record, Danois Architects. I think she covered all of the items that we're looking to do here. Both the group sponsoring the project and the community did not necessarily want or need the commercial spaces to come back to the ground floor. So it gave us the opportunity to introduce the handicap units, which are required for the overall project to build on the ground floor.
Is this an affordable housing project?
Yes, these are going to be co-ops, affordable co-ops. It's a cluster of a total of 7 buildings, and 4 of the buildings we're combining into 2. So altogether we'll have 5 separate buildings as a part of this project.
Go back to the elevation. Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? So we do have a resolution from Community Board 10 that have no issue with the scope of work in relation to the LPC application. I think that they have other issues that are unrelated to the scope of work. So, any thoughts on this? We have a motion to this hearing. All in favor? Thoughts? Great. So the better way to handle very easier access to create a symmetrical, it's a little more round, but it at least maintains the symmetricality of the entrance. And the residential windows on the ground floor seem to be harmonious with the other stories. And I think,
In the matter of LPC 19311850, 135 West 132nd Street, Central Harlem, West 130, 132nd Street, Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style flats building designed by Bernstein and Bernstein and built in 1906. The application is to replace storefront infill, construct barrier-free access ramps, install cornices, and replace windows. And if the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West Harlem 132nd Street Historic District. And I recommend approval. And finding that the proposed alterations to the ground floor will replace modern metal storefront infill, thereby removing unsympathetic alterations to the building. So the building is not part of a row or block of flats building. They are buildings. Therefore, the alterations to the ground floor will not alter a unified streetscape. But the wood infill at the ground floor features panels that are called bulkheads and piers will remove features of wood storefront infill historically found in this building, while accommodating the change in use from commercial to residential units. But the ramps provide barrier-free access to ground floor units which are at different levels except the building entrance, while only removing a minimal amount of historic material at the stoop. And the simple design of the ramps, featuring concrete and metal railings, will be in keeping with the design of the ramps found at similar buildings of this type, style, and age, and will not obscure any significant architectural features. The proposed metal security grills will be called historic metal work found at fire escapes and will harmonize with the building. The proposed replacement windows will match the historic windows return to operation and will be in keeping with the finishes of windows historically found at buildings of this type, style, and age. That although the proposed configuration of the windows may not match the variety of configurations historically found in this building, they will be in keeping with the historic window configurations of a multi-light upper sash and single-light lower sash often found on buildings of this age and style. But the design of the cornices will be based on historic photographs and will closely match the historic cornices in terms of profiles and details, and that the cumulative effect of the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's approved. Thank you. And that's it for the day. Thank you all.